Hi, good evening, good evening, good evening. Do I have a response there? Thank you very much. My name is Douglas. Do you like me with the mic or without the mic? Is it okay if I go without the mic? Okay. My name is Douglas. I see all of you all don't know. We have videos going on everywhere. If I don't see you laughing, I'm going to come to you and make you laugh. Okay, do you know how I started laughing in my house? I had a lot of credit cards. So when the bill comes, I used to have a lot of credit cards. So when I used to see my credit card bills, instead of going, ha! I will go, I'm going to cheat the government. I'm not going to pay that bloody bill. So that is how. When I see I have two ex-wives. So when I see my two ex-wives coming at one time to me, seriously, I have two. I'm a multiracial guy. I had a Indian, a Chinese, a Filipino, Indonesian on the way. If any of you think I'm joking, later come and see my family photo. I'm the only husband with 4 wives taking at one time. Seriously, lah. But don't follow my style, lah. The children will suffer. So, when I start laughing, whatever problems come to me, I just start laughing. And I laugh out loud. And it has helped many people cure their sicknesses, their problems, and whatever problems you have. Okay, I will play a song. I would like all of you to stand up, please. Would you mind? Please, don't be shy. No one is going to look at you. No one is going to judge you. The only person who's going to judge you is me and this beautiful lady here. Right?
Sure.
I like you. What's your name?
Belinda.
Belinda. Are you married?
Yes.
So, yeah. My brother Elvin, sir. Can I have the music, sir? What we are going to do is just going to go side, 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 and we are going to go down and start laughing. Ha 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 ha. Please try that with me, because later you're going to get scared listening to horror stories. Shall we? Are we on? On the way, yeah? On the way. The guy. Come on. Let me put the mic down. when I came out just now, I saw so many serious faces. Now, if you want to even smile at me, the most stern face I saw was this lady over here. But when she started dancing, she was so happening. Everybody, thank you very much. Life is short. Every problem has a solution. Everything can be solved by laughing. If you don't laugh, no one is going to help you solve anything. Thank you very much. My name is Douglas. I'll see you all again later. This is Hills Top.
Right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are back to the live show number 5. Thank you so much for joining us again here. And I remember around live show number 2 or number 3, I made a promise that I will do my very best to make the live show accessible to everyone watching live here. If you're not in Singapore, you're watching live on Supernatural Confession YouTube. For those of you guys are here as well, thank you for your donations, VIP side, all the reserved seats, and everyone who's participating today. This show is part of the Something Strange Festival. It started on the 12th of June, around 10 days. We survived. We had tons of activities back to back, and today is technically our second last day, but it's the finale show. I even ordered the flyby for us today just to celebrate today's closing. And I cannot do this show without some very, very important people. I would like to thank them. They are our co-organizers, Kyle and Wayne from Hantu, Nakia from True Horror Story POV, who cannot join us today because she's under the weather, and of course the entire Something Strange Festival organizing team. Alvin, who's working tirelessly on the deck. We have Salim Hadi with the camera, planning all the programs. We have Belinda, we have Patricia, we have Grace, we have Foxfu, who all make this possible, and Chunchi, who's spent many, many nights wiring out this whole place just to be in time for this festival. And you guys, our regulars who come so often that I recognize you by face, by name. And he's even wearing a t-shirt that's out of print. I'm no longer selling that. That's how Lao Chiao he is. Okay? So today we have 6 confessors. If you like our show because of the confessors coming in, telling you their real story, we have 6 of them here for you today. And if you know Supernatural Confessions and how the way we do things, we don't just listen to the ghost story and be done with it. We want to talk about this. But who better to bring on the team to talk about ghost stories than Kyle and Belinda and you guys. We are unscripted, unplanned. So whatever you're going to hear tonight is straight from the top of our heads, okay? So sit back and relax. We promise to run this for at least 3 hours. But if you have been to previous live shows, you know 3 hours is just a rough target. Usually we bust that timing by a bit. Okay, so let's call upon our very first confessor, the man who made you laugh, but now perhaps he's going to make you shiver. Douglas, come on up. Let's see if a mic over here. Is there one more mic? Okay. All right. Douglas, welcome back. No, your mic's over there. Have a seat. You don't have to sit too far back. You can sit in front so that the audience at home can see you as well. Okay. But be comfortable. You look like you're going to be very uncomfortable in the next half an hour.
I'm very comfortable.
I see. That's why we place her there.
Hey, I charge money, okay? Now free.
I am even more comfortable.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have right here in the hot seat on my right, that's Kyle. And on the extreme left, that's Belinda. And flanking Douglas is myself, Eugene. Douglas has a story to tell us. And he has multiple experiences. I know Douglas because we used to meditate together. And we spent many days talking about it. Surprisingly, we have not gotten a face-to-face interview.
First time,
right? So, Douglas, the floor is all yours.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Okay, my story goes very simply like this. I sold my house once. I'm a single dad with 2 kids. Was finding for a house. Me and my kids, we didn't have a house. So someone whom I know suddenly came from nowhere and said, I've got a house. It's empty. Why don't you and your children move inside? So I thought, no payment, never asked for anything. I said, okay, why not? I shifted to the house. It's at Tanglin, Halt. When I went there, house was empty, 3-room flat on the ground floor. 1 room was locked. The other room, when I and my children cleaned up, my son was 4 years old, my daughter was 6 years old. We don't know what was in the first room. We somehow cleaned, and we were sleeping in the second room. It's a very quiet house. Every night, 2 children who are sleeping, they will be bouncing. They will be bouncing and bouncing. Something was pressing them on their chest, both of them. It happened first night, second night, third night. And as a father, when I was watching what was happening, I'm a person, I can hear a lot of things, but I don't see things. I hear. So whenever I'm working outside in the hall, I'll hear noises in the room, I'll go. My children will be suffering, hands open, like how someone is compressing them on their chest. So something made me feel very uncomfortable. One night I opened up the first door. It had a lot of red powder, yellow powder, a goddess photo down there, which clearly can be seen. A lot of prayer stuff were inside. You can clearly see that things were done in that room. Things had been done in that room. The next day when I made some calls and found out, the owners of the house, they did some black magic in that house using a goddess, sacrificing blood and things. They were trying to sell that house. They couldn't sell that house. They needed someone to clean up the house for them. And they found me as a scapegoat. So looking for a house, they got me to go in, and they wanted me to clean up the house. I couldn't do any cleaning up in the house because every night things were very spooky, very, very spooky. So I decided to try something for my children's sake because they were suffering every night. I put them to sleep. I went to that room which had the prayer things and everything. I closed the door. I sat down. Whether you believe me or not, wow. I was just sitting down there. A flush of blood splashed on my face. Just give me a minute. That was really a serious, uncomfortable moment in my life. I'm sitting down in the room. I can hear a lot of sounds in the room. A lot of things are screaming in that room. When I said, who are you? Why are you disturbing me and my kids? I'm just here for a temporary place in that house. From that goddess picture, a big splash of blood came splashing on my face. They needed someone to be sacrificed. It was supposed to either be me or my 2 children. I learned some prayers when I was small. So I started doing some prayers inside that room itself, asking them to leave us alone, asking them to leave us alone. But it came to a point that that house needed someone to be sacrificed before I and my children can leave. I stood there. I text someone I know who is a prayer man. He has done a lot of prayers to help me. I was once dead and came back to a life. That's another story. He heard this story. He came back. He came to this particular house to help me. Needed to be sacrificed. He got me to lie down in that room. something has already attacked me. He took out 4 fishing hooks from my legs. He took out a crease knife from my chest. And he took a lot of fishing hooks from my private part. What I'm trying to say here is, if anyone were to ask you all for your time of birth, please never give them your time of birth. Your time of birth, they can use it to destroy your life. So my time of birth was given to these people some time back, and they wanted to use my time, my luck, to be given to them. And I was supposed to be insane, running around everywhere. But I don't know whether you people believe this. When I was born at AM timing. What's written on my birth certificate is PM timing. 50 years ago, someone knew something is going to happen to me. It has never happened in Singapore, I don't know. But in my birth certificate, I was born in the morning, and my time of birth was in the afternoon. That spirit which was trying to, that spirit was alive in that room. This prayer man helped to take out all the things from my body. He cleansed that room, and he took me and my children out of the house. We straight went to Changi Beach, did some ritual, and I saved my life. A lot of things now I'm telling you is all on the basic part of what you're hearing because time constraint. But never give anyone your time of birth. Never trust anybody. Life is very simple. We are all here to live our life. We can come up, we come up, but we don't bring someone down. We help if we can help. If we can't help, we don't help. But never use someone's weaknesses for our own benefits. It's very wrong. I almost died by trusting people. What I saw in that room and what happened in that room were things none of you want to hear or see. But I saved myself in a way that there are always people around us who can help us. Be a listening ear. Help to listen to people when they say they have a problem. Bring the problem out. Let people know others are having some issues. And help people. Because what is attacking us, what is here and there, we don't know. But we need help, and supernatural confessions helps a lot. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thanks, Doc. Douglas, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, I mean, of all the things that you talked about, the one thing that really stood out for me is you said that you found fishing hooks out of your private parts. Yeah. When you say that, it's like, straight away I feel the pain. And I'm wondering, how did they take it out? Like, from the shaft, from the tip, like, how did it come out? Like,
he did it for the second time for me. He told me to strip myself naked. I was sleeping on that floor.
Yeah.
All he did was he touched some water. He put his hand on my leg, something like this,
yeah.
And he just kept twisting. And it just kept coming out. And the worst part is, up till now, he has told me one thing.
Yeah.
There's a crease here on the top of my head. Mm-hmm. This can't be taken out. If ever this is taken out, either I can go insane or I can die. A lot of things are still happening, but gifts given by the universe is helping me to just hold on to it.
Shit, man. We start off the first confession already so keras. Where is it going to go from here? Okay, opening up the airwaves for Kyle and Belinda. And if you want to go first, your thoughts on Douglas' experiences.
Thanks for sharing. I think it's my first time hearing such a gore story. Can I just ask, like, the Tanglin Halt, when did it happen?
This was in 2010.
Oh.
2010.
So within the past, like, maybe 15 years?
Yes, please. Just before all the blocks got unblocked. It was just a year or two before that.
Oh. So do you mind sharing, like, when this was happening, right, did you tell your children or they didn't know?
My children knew because I can't see clearly. I can see visions, but I hear them very well. And every time when I'm in the hall, I hear sound. When I go in, there is something blackish squeezing my children. And the bed is a very hard mattress bed, but my children will be bouncing like this. And they really suffered. And it was supposed to take somebody. But my children's, I pray a lot. I think so, prayers kept helping. Yeah.
Then
Tanglin one, that place, the Chap Lao, right? The 10th floor, right? They
Yes.
call it Chap Lao.
Yes.
demolished it. No, it's not demolished.
Now it's abandoned.
Huh?
It's abandoned.
You stay. We have someone in the audience who stays at Tanglin Block 44.
Block 1.
Block
Just
1.
in front of the church and temple.
Oh.
Depan.
How is there any horror stories from Tanglin? God.
God, that place has a lot.
Okay.
That
It's a huge area, no? Right?
It's a very big, huge area. And mine was the first block exactly in front of the church.
Yeah.
So,
If I'm not
block
wrong, the one in front of the church, when I went for the Heritage Walk, right? That was the block that was one of the early developed blocks in Singapore.
Yes.
And previously, prior to that, there were no high-rise buildings. So 10th floor was the highest. And because 10th floor was the highest in Singapore at that point in time, that became the block for suicides. I think, Paris, you were there with me for that particular walk as well. They said that that block had a lot of jumpers.
Yes.
Okay.
A lot. I mean, that place, particularly Tanglin Halt, had a lot of serious cases. It's just that many people were saved. Let me just tell this in my way. I don't know why in that horror building they had a church and a temple. Good was helping a lot of bad which was happening over there. Unseen goodness and unseen badness.
I think I have a I think Carl and me have a theory about churches and temple in housing estates. Can you want to share that?
So I have this theory when I share on my own channel is that I believe I mean, don't pofma me, but I believe that the government knows there are certain places in Singapore that's extra keras.
Yes.
So they put places of worship near there.
Correct.
I have first-hand experience. So where I'm currently staying, it used to be a cemetery, a large cemetery.
Which is?
I cannot say lah.
Okay.
For privacy purposes, so many people later they come find me. Yeah, but then they put 3 temples,
Yep.
like a triangle.
Just for safety,
yeah.
right? They know actually.
And
right?
this is not just the first instances. Like I think there were quite a few instances. I used to stay near Woodbridge Hospital.
Okay.
There also got one
Yes.
temple, the Chinese temple.
Correct,
you know?
there is one Chinese temple,
Very
correct.
strategically placed at the tip.
Correct.
Yeah. So if you look at like the map, the onemap.sg or something, right? Then you can see that actually the temples are quite well placed.
That is very true. If you really were to look into all the supernatural places where you have seen cemeteries and everything,
Yeah.
coincidentally you'll see either a church or a temple or a mosque, something surrounding it.
Now you know why Tengah is haunted or not? 'Cause Tengah got no place of worship. Yeah, that's all. Okay. Now, passing on the mic to Belinda. Belinda, if you do not know, she's my co-host for Housekeeping, and she's also the one who's famously known to have the third eye. And she's on Supernatural Confessions, confessing most of her horror stories already. So I think I kind of milk her dry for her confession. But there's always new things that she can see. But unfortunately, our dear Belinda tries to avoid them as best as she can. What do you think about this story? There's no choice.
Embrace it.
So with regards to this particular story about black magic, pulling out crease from the body or fish hook, can you see anything about Douglas?
I cannot
Douglas, by the way,
say.
people are saying that, are you a PAP supporter?
I cannot say.
Cannot see.
No, I cannot say.
Oh, you cannot say.
Yes. This
Okay.
one, his own spiritual journey, still ongoing. Yeah. So if I say later, I have another panel of counsel going to come and
I
find
see.
me.
Okay.
So, but what I can say is, have you tried turning it on and off again?
just for bug. No, okay. What I'm trying to say is, why haven't you gotten like rid of the statue or whatever thing that's in the house?
This happened in 2010. After the prayer man came to heal me, that day night itself, we cleared the entire room. We went and buried it somewhere and burnt it.
Okay.
And that's when me and my children were brought to the sea to cleanse ourselves.
I see. So after the cleansing and everything, all is good.
Everything is good for the kids. Mine, everything is great. But always there's a hiccup. Whenever something close comes to me, like the day the $12 million was supposed to be mine, very close, something just took it away. No, every time when something good comes, when I'm about to touch it, it just disappears. Until now, it's happening. But there's no need for me to lose that. But I just keep losing it. I don't understand why. So I'm trying a lot of things. So as what Eugene say, I'm doing a lot of meditation now. We used to do a lot of meditations. Nothing can ever stop prayers and meditations. Just believe in yourself, and I'm still believing in myself, hoping it can clear very soon. Very soon.
And you say you bonged the thing in Sembawang, is it? Which, I mean, you may not have said it. Is it Sembawang Beach?
Changi.
Changi Beach.
Changi Beach.
Changi Beach.
That's why Changi so haunted.
It's always Sembawang or Changi.
Yeah, these two.
These two. Why no Pongo?
That time Pongal didn't exist, but when you go to Changi, East Coast, if you try to East Coast is a place where when you want to do some ritual or something, someone will come and sabo you. You cannot do anything down there.
In East Coast?
In East Coast.
Oh.
But in Changi, there are a lot of car parks towards the end where no one comes and disturb, because those places have long time been used for ritual only.
Yeah.
So these are the places where people normally go to.
Actually, bro, Punggol, you mentioned Punggol, right?
Yeah.
Punggol have. Punggol, there's this one area, before they have built blocks of flats that we have now, there's a particular area, I think number 27, on the right side. So if for those of you who can remember how Punggol looks like, there's a long Punggol road, and the bus will go all the way to the end, then they will make a U-turn.
Yes.
Right? Then there'll be the seafood places.
Seafood.
Yeah.
And
Then there's a so-called bus interchange, which is not really an interchange, it's just an area for the bus to stop. Right. The bus drivers can sit down and have a drink.
Right.
There's a giant shrine on a tree. Right? I think if you guys are my age, you'll remember this. Further down, from the very first left turn, right after that tree, is a pathway into the wooded area. Right? You remember, right? That particular spot, you'll find trees with yellow cloth around it. That's the dumping ground in Punggol. Changi is car park 7. All the way inside, near the old ferry terminal. Sembawang is near the Wak Hassan area. Is there any other dumping grounds that you guys know that I might have missed out?
I know.
Where?
There's one at Sentosa, because I happened to chance upon it. It's not the public beach, it's a closed-off beach already. I went there to do photo shoot, and then after that, my photographer who's not local, he's Korean, so he don't know of our tradition, you know. You go to the beach, you see something suspicious, don't open and don't touch it. He doesn't know. Then he want to go. It's wrapped up red sarong. You know already. The moment the locals see, we know it's like, you know, very crass. Then he like, what's that? Then I was like, don't go there. So after that day when I went back, true enough, the spirits follow me back.
But why follow you? He touched it, what?
He almost touched, because I give him warning. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
But the spirits came back. They weren't evil. They just came and then they say, we like you. That's why we follow you home. And it's like, you cannot stay here. Please go back. Then be like, but we came all the way here.
But I know this, you know, it doesn't affect the person who disturbs, but it follows the person who is just doing nothing actually.
Right energy.
Right energy,
Yeah.
right.
So after that, I give them some smoke blessing and then send them on their way. Then I told them, if when I'm asleep and then you still come and disturb me, I'm going to beat the shit out of you.
Oh,
So better go before I sleep. Eat and go.
okay, man. Any other questions for Douglas, or from the floor, or from Kyle or Belinda? Any other questions for him?
I mean, to add on to one of the place that you guys may not know, dumping grounds. This one I heard from very Lao Jiao horror storyteller. They told me it's according legends. He say back in the 70s, when people practice black magic, you know where they dump it? Coney Island.
Coney Island.
Yeah, because last time there is no, I'm sorry, those who stay at Coney Island, there's no bridge connecting. So you have to actually kayak, or you have to swim over. It's quite a small swim. So they throw it there because the spirits cannot leave the island. They somehow are sealed there. Then there's a dumping ground specifically for toyos.
Coney Island, the one in Punggol.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah.
Punggol Sengkang. Yeah.
That's where I always go.
I have another conspiracy theory. Don't pofar me. There's a reason why it's closed at 7 p.m.
Right.
I know these
Huh?
NParks people, they say,
yeah.
let the trees and animal rest. Hey.
Sure, right?
We
Sure,
know,
right?
Sure. I say. Okay.
Sharon here have a question.
Okay,
for Douglas.
pass her the mic.
Hi, Douglas.
Hi, Sharon.
Okay, just now you said you were in the room, right? There was a painting. So how far away?
It was a statue. It was a statue of a goddess.
How far away are you from the statue? So when you're sitting in the middle, probably in the middle of the room, right? Were your eyes closed?
Okay, just 1 meter away.
1 meter away.
1 meter away. If this is the statue, and I'm
Statue.
just exactly here
How
looking
much
at
blood was spilled on you?
I was fully covered actually.
The entire body.
I was fully covered actually.
Wow.
I don't know where it came from, but I know there's been a lot of sacrifices done, and that idol took in a lot. And that day, I think so everything was given out on me.
So your eyes were open, but you just felt something wet down your body.
Eyes was opening, I was communicating with it, and the blood splash, eyes was closed, and I was scared until I just started. But I don't know where the blood come from, but I know sacrifices happen, and idols absorb a lot of things. And it's just that who is there at the wrong time to get it splashed on them.
Was the blood real blood, or is it like you feel there was blood, then suddenly you wake up, then there's no more blood?
I was covered in blood.
Shit.
I was covered in blood.
Okay.
But I just don't understand, seriously, this is life, but I just want to say this again. A birth certificate can never have a wrong timing of birth. I confirmed it with my parents many times. I was born in the day.
Yeah.
But what's written is in the noon. So the date of time my mother gave that person, whoever that person was, they tried. The reason they couldn't make it was because the AM and PM played a big part for me.
Okay.
Right.
They cannot target you.
Right.
Yeah.
Protected. This guy
Protected.
Protected.
Born already, I was protected by a nurse, I think so. I should be a pretty nurse, I think so. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Doug. If there's no other question, final call? No one? I'm going to bring up our next confessor. Doug,
Thank you, everyone.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, since Belinda mentioned something about her non-Singaporean friend who don't know much about the Singapore pantang and about the touch things, I think I'll call upon our next confessor who's half Singaporean. Yeah, half Singaporean, looks Singaporean, but when he talks, he sounds very Angmo. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the name also not very Angmo. The name is Idris, sounds like Malay name. Huh? But ladies and gentlemen, welcome our next confessor, Idris.
Yes, nice to see you again.
Nice to see everybody, and hello YouTube, everybody else. Yeah.
So Idris, tell us what you look out for in a partner. Okay, that's the wrong show. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I met Idris not too long ago. Idris is, if I remember correctly, mom is Singaporean, born and raised in England, London, and he is a practicing doctor.
Yeah, you're right. I'm half Singaporean, but I've visited Singapore a lot growing up, but I'm based in UK, and yeah, I work as a medical doctor in the UK as well.
Okay, so we're going to hear what a medical doctor thinks and feel about the supernatural, and how do you reconcile that?
Yeah, sure.
Take it away.
So yeah, just briefly, like I'm quite because when I mentioned that I'm a doctor to people in this kind of setting, people usually think, oh wow, it's surprising. So you're into, I thought you'd be more science-based, but as I explained, like I like to try and keep open-minded with these sort of things. And even working as a doctor in the hospital or in clinics, you meet a lot of people who have different beliefs and believe in afterlife or spiritual things. So I think it's interesting. You learn quite a lot actually when you deal with sick people or dying people about different cultures and what they believe happens to the human spirit after they die. So the story I've got today is it's not a personal story that I've experienced, but it's from a very close friend of mine that I trust fully. I've known for a very long time. There was no reason for them to sort of make this up, and they kind of stayed consistent with the story. And they told me the story about 10 years ago when I was still studying as a medical student. And so my friend, her name's Liz. She was a couple of years more senior to me, so she was already working as like her first year as a doctor in UK. And when we work in the hospitals, I think it's quite similar to the Singapore system. We have sort of like on-call shifts, night shift, weekends, things like that. Sometimes you work long hours, 13, 14 hours overnight. So it just so happened she was working a night shift at this time. And at the night shift, it's a bit of a skeleton crew, so you don't have a full team of doctors, as you can imagine. So they have a specific team that's called the arrest team, or like the emergency arrest team. And basically, this is a group of pretty much most of the doctors working in the campus at that time. That at the time that this happened, they have a pager system to basically alert you if there's any emergency. And the way it works is, if there's a problem on the ward, somebody will call a certain number. And then there's a speaker on this pager that will alert you, and it'll say, cardiac arrest. It'll tell you where to go, if it's like an adult or child, male or female. Just give you enough information to sort of prepare while you're on the way. So it just so happened that she was working this night, and lo and behold, she got the arrest call. So the speaker went off, and it said cardiac arrest, ward 18, adult female, and that's kind of all the information they had. So they drop everything that they're doing, and they run as quick as they can. The only issue is with this hospital. It was quite a large campus, so it's a hospital called the Northern General Hospital in Sheffield. It covers about 100 acres, so it's one of the largest ones in Europe, actually. So sometimes to get from one end to the other can take quite a while, sometimes close to about 10 minutes or so. So she was quite far away from where the emergency was happening at this time. So she started making her way there. Along the way, she met up with some of her colleagues as well. So there's about 2 or 3 of them that were going the same route from the same area. And as they were running through one of the main corridors, it's usually quiet at night. I think she said this is about like 2, 3 a.m. So there's not many people that are walking in the corridors. It's quite silent. There's long, kind of dimly lit corridors. And as they were sort of rushing through, they turned the corner and they saw a patient sort of just coming out, looked like they were just coming out of one of the wards. They didn't look like they were particularly unwell. They didn't sort of have like a drip stand or anything. It was just someone dressed in normal sort of patient gown. So they just seemed sort of just not really like they were worried or needed help or anything, because usually if there's something, you'd stop and maybe try and find out. The only strange thing was that she had what looked like a sort of wet rag like draped over her head. That's just something she mentioned. I don't know if there's any significance to that or anything. So this woman that they met in the corridor, she looked maybe about sort of 80, 90 years old. As they were running past, she seemed to be a little bit lost, a little bit muddled. Maybe, there's a lot of dementia patients in the hospital. She sort of kind of tried to get in their way, in a sense, and sort of, just reaching hands out and saying, don't run, like you're going to trip or something, just like kind of worried for them, but basically getting in the way. She didn't manage to actually stop them that much, because as you can imagine, they're rushing around. They're a lot younger people, a lot more nimble. So they sort of dipped around to her, or just briefly said that, we're in a hurry, sorry, we've got somewhere to go, it's an emergency. So they just carried on the way. Nothing sort of weird or strange happened. So eventually they get to the ward where the emergency call was coming from. And they saw the nurse's station when they arrived. They were directed to the bed which patient needed the attention. And so they got to the bed. By that point, there was already maybe like 5 or 6 other members of staff, doctors and nurses, already starting doing CPR on the patient. There were some people, she had the mask on her face, so they were giving oxygen. Someone trying to get sort of IV access in the veins. So they were sort of helping out. They're quite junior, as I said. My friend was just first year working, so she was just there to kind of help out and assist where needed. There was a consultant there as well, he's sort of like the director of what's happening. So he kind of makes the important calls, if they need to carry on, get any more blood tests, or unfortunately, if they need to sort of like stop the attempts and just kind of, if things are not compatible with life from the results they're getting. Which unfortunately, after about 45 minutes or so of attempting to resuscitate this person, unfortunately that was the case. The consultant saw a blood result and said, all of these readings, oxygen levels, CO2 levels in the blood, they're not compatible with life. So he made the call, and they stopped trying to resuscitate this patient. So unfortunately, she passed away. So they were in the process of sort of, verifying the death. I don't know if you know much about the process, but what that involves is going through a few stimuli and seeing if the patient responds. So one of them is, for example, seeing if they respond to pain. And then you use a light to see the pupil response as well. You check if there's a pulse for 2 minutes, or you listen for any breath sounds, these kind of things, just to confirm that this patient has in fact died. So while they were doing this, they removed all the sort of things that were attached to the patient, some of the lines, the kind of pads that they have to do the sort of shocks and everything. And they took the mask off this patient and everything. And it was at that moment that my friend Liz said that they saw the patient essentially for the first time. And I think you know where this is going, but the patient that they saw at least appeared identical to the lady they had seen in the corridor. And I know this is I've actually heard like different versions or different similar experiences like this, but this, like I said, this was about 10, 12 years ago that my friend experienced this, but apparently that's quite a common thing. I only learned recently that this kind of manifestation of like a spirit of the deceased or the soon-to-be deceased. So from her point of view, from their impression, they felt as if that lady in the corridor was almost telling them to almost like not waste their time, so to speak. That's the kind of impression they got. She was telling them to stop and relax and don't bother sort of going through all the motions of what they were trying to do. But she looked up at the two colleagues that she was with on the way, and they all shared the same look of, they all acknowledged that this was the same person at the same time. There was, even without even talking, they looked at each other and there was recognition in their eyes that this is the lady they'd seen. And obviously, they walked back, there's no one else there. But that could be explained. If it was a different patient, sometimes old people look very similar. I'm quite a skeptical person myself. But the way the story was told to me, the kind of emotional impact it had on my friend, and when they discussed it with the colleagues that they were working with at the same time, they were all not even sort of like 70-80%. They were all like 100% sure that it was the same person that they'd seen earlier. So yeah, that's kind of what happened.
Thank you, Idris. Belinda, let's let you have the start, and I'll go at this first. Hospital story, classic, see what seems to be a spirit of the deceased walking along a corridor. And it's not just a figment of the imagination. Those who've seen it was 100% sure. Belinda, any questions for Idris or any thoughts you want to add to that?
Yeah, so for the ghost itself, I feel like maybe the grandma already knows that it's her time, and then she's just like very chill and nonchalant about it. Maybe just like want to let you guys know that at the end of the day, I think, she just want to move on with maybe her, next phase. So at the end of the day, I've heard many stories also with the doctors and the nurses. They say that this is a very regular reoccurrences. Like the nurses from the night shift, they also have mentioned that they have seen patients, or they know that some certain superstitions happen in their area. You yourself, I think maybe as a doctor, I think we will hope to hear more horror stories from you.
Thanks for sharing the story. So you have no paranormal experience at all?
So I have a personal paranormal experience. It's not hospital related. I don't know if you...
But you're not a believer, right?
Sorry?
Are you a believer of the supernatural?
So I believe, and I think this is the scientific way of believing actually, that there is a lot that we don't know. And I think it would be sort of a bit arrogant to say that there's absolutely nothing, because that is the nature of science, always finding out new things. So I'm very open-minded in that sense, but at the same time, I'm quite skeptical. I like exploring both sides, and I like the sort of like open-minded thought experimentation side of things, yeah.
Are you still like with that particular hospital?
No, I haven't worked there since around that time, I think about 8 years ago, yeah.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I wanted to just check if there is like any like rituals or like things that they follow after a person's passed. Like I understand that in Singapore, like the medical field, they do have certain rituals. They will say to the deceased, like, oh, it's time to go, your family is here to see you. They'll do that. Even the nurses, the medical workers will do that. Like it's an Asian thing. Like I've experienced it firsthand. So I actually accompanied a family member to do a procedure. And then we got like a nice suite. And this is one of the nicest hotels, hospitals in Orchard, right? And the person, it shocked me. The person, before we went in, she led the way. We had like a concierge. She knocked the door. It was an empty room. She knocked the door, she did a bow, and then she opened the door. I was like, dude, this is gold for me because I'm a horror creator. I can tell a ghost story now. But at the same time, I was like, wow, this is weird. Like, what happened in this room? Or is there a thing in this room? I don't know. Or is this like, So, you guys have that?
I don't think there's any specific sort of rituals that people do, but I think it just depends on the person individually. But in UK, I mean, the only sort of superstitious thing that people do in UK is they're quite afraid of the number 13 back like in the West. So there'll be no Ward 13, there'll be no like Bay 13. It'll just be like 12 and 14, which I know in different parts of Asia have something similar, right? So like in Japan, yeah, it's the 4, yeah. So same kind of thing. So it's interesting actually that even like the hospitals adhere to this too. Despite, most people in UK being of atheists, but there's some superstitions that still hold fast and true despite the fact that people won't openly admit to it, which is quite interesting.
Ooh. I want to know about near-death encounter. We hear both sides, right? We hear on one side, patients have gone flatline, they saw bright light, and then in some of the retelling, they could see exactly what was going on in the room when their eyes were closed and everything. They would not have known. And then when they checked back with the doctor after that or the nurses, and it's true, this was what happened, this was what was done. So from the other side, the other camp, the doctor's point of view, if you have seen something similar, or if not, were there talks among your peers and colleagues about a near-death encounter that could not be explained?
So near-death encounters, so occasionally, or actually quite frequently, what can happen is sometimes towards the end of somebody's life, they have what we call sort of like a second wind sort of thing. I don't know if you heard about this. So someone might be really, really unwell and be deteriorating, and then suddenly for the next 2 or 3 days, like say if they're unconscious or semi-conscious, can't get out of bed, for the next 2 or 3 days, they'll suddenly be really alert and they'll be sitting up in bed, talking, maybe if they had like some delirium or memory issues beforehand, for those 2 or 3 days, they'll be fully coherent, they recognize everybody, they'll feel like, yeah, I'm feeling great. And, a lot of times that can be quite stressful for the families as well, because from their point of view, they think, oh, our relative is getting better, that's great, it's a miracle or something. But unfortunately, we're not sure exactly why that happens, but it seems to be sort of like the body's last-ditch attempt at trying to sort of just give itself a final sort of almost like a turbo boost to cling on to life, because what usually happens then is after those few days they pass away. But sometimes during that period, I've experienced this as well, actually, now that I think about it. There's been a couple of times where when they're supposedly lucid, so supposedly quite coherent, able to understand everything, they will say very strange things that don't really make sense. So one time there was this old man who, he's a very pleasant chap, but he was quite unwell. He had these few days where he was more alert, and he was just talking to you normally, and then he'd say, oh, do you mind asking the kids to keep a bit quiet as well, if that's okay? And we're just like, oh, okay. You just suddenly get taken out of this conversation that you had that you thought was quite, I guess, sensible, so to speak. But he'd say, oh yeah, they're always running around and making quite a lot of noise. Can you ask them to keep it down? And you just be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, we'll let them know. And you walk out just thinking, everything else he said made sense. So
where are the kids?
There's no kids. It's an adult ward, so there's no one else there.
Any questions from you guys on the floor? Anyone wants to ask anything? Burning desire, burning questions you want to throw at Idris? No? Idris,
I have a
question. Go ahead.
So you deal with a lot of people, right? Recovering and not recovering. Has anybody ever come back to you to thank you? Thank you for taking care of me, but you know that they are no longer here. Or maybe you can feel they come and say thank you, just one hand touch your shoulder or something, it's like a gesture of thank you. Maybe they come in your dreams and then they thank you.
Or just find some chocolates outside the room or something, some spiritual chocolates. I almost said unfortunately not, but I don't know if I would want that experience, to be honest, because although it would be an amazing story to tell, I think I'd be thoroughly freaked out. But no, unfortunately, nothing sort of after death has happened. But there's, again, I've heard from somebody that they just briefly, like they once got a call to verify a patient who had died overnight, who wasn't for resuscitation, so they didn't try to bring them back. But they're like, okay, can you just check this person seems to have passed away in their sleep? So they went to the ward, and then they asked the nurses, where's the patient that's died? And they said, there's no one that's passed away here. There's no one that's died on this ward. And then they described, they didn't get a name, but they described it. Oh no, they said it was like a 78-year-old woman or something. And they said, oh no, like Belinda died last week. But there's no. Oh, sorry. That's your name. I meant let's pick someone. Jessica.
Jessica died last week.
That name just came to me for some reason. It's subconscious. No, like Jessica died last week or something. But there was no one that had died, like even within the last few days. So they don't know like who called them or nothing. So again, it could have been a miscommunication, but it was, they gave a specific ward and everything. So sometimes there's just occasionally these weird kind of things that happen.
Okay. There's a Ham Ho Jun from YouTube asking, ever save patients who died and then returned back to life?
Like I said earlier, not specifically, okay. Unfortunately. No, not specifically, yeah.
But you have a personal experience that's nothing to do with the hospital, your own, like...
Yeah, I've got. Again, it's a bit of a. I'm sure people have heard similar stories before. I can mention it if you want quickly. But,
sure. You guys want to hear Idris' personal story? Yeah, so they want to.
Okay. So this happened. I think it was about 7 or 8 years ago. I was living with my mum at the time, and I'm sure everybody here knows sleep paralysis.
Yep.
As it's a classic thing. A lot of people have experienced. Has anyone here experienced sleep paralysis?
Sleep paralysis.
Maybe?
Anyone? Just show of hands.
Show of hands. Yeah.
Wow. So they want the hand go up very fast.
Yep.
Normal. This one normal.
Normal. Oh. Normal. This is Supernatural Confessions community. Normal. It's a Tuesday afternoon for us. Okay, go ahead.
But so yeah, I had never experienced it before, and I've never had it since. So it started off as a sort of sleep paralysis experience, the usual thing. I was lying down on my back, and I felt this sort of pressure rising, like pressing down on my body from my feet, like slowly moving upwards. So, I'd never had this before, so I was kind of freaking out a little bit. I was sort of like praying to God for help, and, just asking God to help me. It got up to sort of my mid-chest level, yeah. And then it just sort of all disappeared. And then, I felt like I could move again, blah, blah, blah. I was freaked out, but also my rational mind was saying, I know what this is, I've heard about it, I've got friends that have experienced this. So I sort of, calmed myself down, got out of bed, went to the bathroom, splashed some water on my face, went to sleep, everything else was fine. Didn't really think anything about it, and I wasn't unwell at the time. I didn't have like a fever, because that's something that can trigger this as well, right? I was completely healthy at the time. So the next night, I went to bed again, literally not even thinking about it, lying on my back, and the same thing happened, but it felt like a continuation from the night before. So I felt all at once, my chest down, that same pressure sort of pushing me into the bed, and it started rising up towards my neck this time. So it felt like a sequel to what had happened the night before. And at that point, I started freaking out a little bit, because I'd not heard of that before, being like there being like a continuation of the sleep paralysis thing. So I didn't have anything to sort of refer to in my brain to calm myself down. So again, I was just sort of praying in my head, asking God for help, etc. It got to my neck, and then it all disappeared. So I'm lying there just thinking, what the fuck is this? Like, is this normal? I don't know. I'm going to have to get my phone and Google it at some point. But I had to just sort of like calm myself down. My heart's racing. So I eventually, after about 5-10 minutes or so, fully awake at this point, I turned to my left side, partly just to see that I wasn't still sort of in that paralysis state. So I turned to my left side. And the way my bed is situated is my wall was then behind me when I'm on my left side. And I was psyching myself up to get up, go to the bathroom again, and kind of reset, splash water on my face. And then all of a sudden, I didn't see anything, but I heard something. I heard a voice that felt like it was coming from right behind me when I was lying on my left side, as if like someone's head was on the pillow next to me. And it said 2 words. Before it even said anything, I heard this sort of like low guttural laughing, like a. It was you.
Scooby-Doo moment.
But yeah, so I heard this laughing, and then it said two words. As soon as I heard the laughing, I'm praying, like rapid fire praying, and it said, I gotta be careful how I say that because I've been told my accent makes this sound like the wrong word. It said you can't, as in cannot, not the bad word. It wasn't. It wasn't.
You can't.
But my accent, it sounds a bit like yeah. So it said like you cannot, and then it just kind of got cut off. So I don't know what it was trying to say. It almost sounded like someone had like slapped their hand on its mouth and cut off the sentence halfway. It just said like you can't, and then just like.
Maybe
got
that was
stuck.
the actual word.
Maybe it was swearing at me. Maybe it was. Who knows? Maybe that's all I wanted to say. But yeah. So I again freaking out. I eventually got out of bed, turned the light on, and then looked back, half expecting to see something. But obviously, there was nothing there. I didn't see anything. Freshened up and went back to sleep. Nothing ever happened again. Didn't have any experiences. No sleep paralysis ever again since like I said 7-8 years ago. So yeah, it's like there's elements of that I still, because it was so vivid to me.
Yeah.
I know you can still maybe rationalize. You can say I was still in a semi-sleep state, but when I heard those things, I didn't feel any paralysis. Like I said, I'd woken up fully at that point because of what had happened a few minutes earlier. So to me, it felt like quite real.
No, I mean the community is asking you to join us for paranormal investigations and go for ghost hunting. And you've been on one of my tour, but I think if you're around on the 5th of July, are you on?
I'm going back to the UK on Tuesday.
He's running off to UK because we have a walk with Hantu. So that would have been a walk with Hantu Changi. That would have been a good time to bring you there and experience more stuff.
But are you not coming to UK?
I am. I'm going to see you in UK. Right?
We'll catch up.
So he's going to bring me to his turf, and I'm going to find Angmor ghosts over there. Thank you very much, Idris.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have time right now for you to go and take a piss, buy drinks if you need to, top up your alcohol. We're going to have more confessions. I see my confessors walk in, streaming in bit by bit over the time just now. Up next, we have, there's this lady. How many of you have the third eye? Besides Belinda. Belinda, I want to look at the audience. Like you give them all your back head, you never give them your front vantage
If
point.
front must pay money.
Oh, okay. Side view. Guys, make donation, okay? Okay, before we bring on the next video, Alvin, if you could just load up the next video for us. Also want to just let you guys know, we do have merchandise for sale right here around the corner, tote bag, Palo Santo stick. And you see Cheryl? Will Cheryl wave to us? That's Cheryl. If you have not yet gotten your 10-year anniversary Supernatural Confessions copy, go talk to Cheryl. She's my publisher.
Hey, actually, I wanted to ask Idris.
Yeah.
The experience is in Singapore and the UK.
Idris.
The experience was in your sleep paralysis.
Singapore or UK? Was it Singapore or UK?
Sleep paralysis.
The sleep paralysis.
Oh.
UK.
In Singapore, then can dissect more. It's like, which estate?
Which estate?
But
I was living in was built in 1870s. It's quite old.
Is that where you're going to bring me when I go to UK?
Well, the one I'm in now is like 1900s.
Not that old, but
Still quite haunted. Still,
Okay.
still got ghosts.
Can I ask what's your faith? What's
Your faith?
Muslim.
Ah.
Okay, so what I picture, why suddenly cut off halfway? You can't, then Allah grab him up at the back. So that's why you didn't see him anymore. Yeah.
You can't. No.
You can't.
Yeah.
I'm going with it. That's the actual word. You can't. And then full stop.
I mean, it sounds pretty UK, right?
Yeah, it's very UK, right?
Sounds like ghosts from UK.
Yeah, you fucking can't. Yeah. So you have a paralysis, sleep paralysis. You have sleep paralysis. I don't. I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying I don't
Too
know
strong,
how it feels like.
You got power on this guy.
I mean, for me, probably sleep like a pig, that goes on top of me, also press me, also, on it, cannot wake up. Okay, what did you tell us about your sleep paralysis? I mean, very, very briefly, what is it about?
Okay, because the story ends with violence.
I
like how Belinda does it. The only time. So actually, I think I was very, very tired from a shoot. I think a few years back. This was when I just got married and I was staying in my parents' place. And the way that my room layout is that the bed is on the wall, then this side, right, is the door. So my bed is actually right next to the door.
Yeah.
But I don't feel creepy or anything because my parents are quite religious, so they got like the whole like altar with the Guan Yin Ma and everything. So I feel very safe. So I was like, I think I came back from a horror show or something. I forgot already. So I was very tired. So I never really go in shower. I just sleep.
Ayo!
Dirty boy.
Dirty boy. I was just want to say dirty boy.
Hey bro, 3 a.m. bro. Very tired. I just
no matter
go.
how drunk I am, I'll
I
still
don't
shower.
care. I burn the incense. Then I go sleep. I sleep.
Still can burn incense.
I got wash feet.
Shower not
Cannot wash feet.
I got wash feet. The incense thing was like drilled into me already. So I burn incense, I wash feet, then I go sleep. Wash feet, then sleep. Okay, I never shower. I slept. Then I felt like there was something crawling onto me. It's like, but in my mind, like, that's how weird it was because I can think, Normally in your dream, you're like watching a movie. You're not really in control, right? But in this thing, I'm in control. I can feel something like touching me, crawling, but I cannot really feel the sensation, but I know there was something like climbing onto me. And I was sleeping alone, and I felt like the same intense sensation that you get. You feel like you cannot breathe, right? Then in my mind, I started thinking, like almost like you're awake, you're like, why is there someone crawling onto me? This does not make sense at all. Like it's not matched.
Yeah.
Like this is not reality. Then it got like worse and worse. I can feel like something gonna strangle me. Then I got pissed off. I started like scolding vulgarities. Then
rule number 2.
Even in my mind, I thought that I was dreaming. So I just scold. Then the next thing I know, I took a swing at the ghost. All the vulgar come out there like that, right? I'm awake, bro. I'm halfway punching something. I'm punching the air. I got
But
stunned.
was there a force or was there like a...
Yeah, no, I was literally like this. Then I woke up. I was like, what the fuck? I punched ghosts,
Oh, see,
I'm normally not so brave, but I got pissed off because I'm very tired. I want to sleep. Then I look at the clock. 3:15.
Hoi! Conjuring level, bro. This one.
You feel like you slept very long, right? But I said, 15 minutes. Then I got the goosebumps already. Then I was like, okay, I think I know what's up. I go out one more round. I burn incense. I say, then I ask my ancestor. I say, protect. I say, I know I never shower, but please, I'm very tired. Tomorrow I got shoot again. I need to go and sleep. So I go back and sleep. Then nothing happened.
Belinda, be honest. Do you ever go to bed without showering?
Have lah. This
See?
one is during
Tired, right?
this one is during my design days, but I sleep alone, ma.
Yeah. Same, yeah.
No, because you say you just got married.
Just
so
got married, but like haven't stayed together yet.
Oh,
So
if the wife now I kick off.
So the common denominator here, ladies and gentlemen, as we clearly has now debunked this entire, haunting. When you don't bathe, as like my co-host here, you will kena sleep paralysis.
Right.
No.
This one, clean boy, very hygienic one. Always
When I
bathe.
kena sleep paralysis the other time, I shower already, okay? Disclaimer, Okay, so that time when I have sleep paralysis, I go and talk to this very strong spirit in my house. That time when I was living in my ex-boyfriend's house. So I went back to my house, my own house, to go and take some stuff. And then after that, my father told me that my older brother's like not having the best time of his life right now lah. So after that, I was like, okay, I think it's because of this spirit at his door like frame. So there's this spirit because I sleep in his room before. I know that room is gone one lah. The room, whoever who sleep there have very, very bad luck. I always have tummy ache and stuff like that. But I just, live with life lah. Then after that, I told the spirit in broad daylight, please do not disturb my koko anymore. He's having, not a very happy time right now. And then after that, I went back to my ex-boyfriend's house. At that point of time, we were still together. Then after that, why are you so loud?
Hey, Chris, you're blocking all the VIPs lah. Sit down there. Oh, okay.
Then after that, when I went back, then I sleep, right? As per normal. Shower already. Okay?
Note.
After that, Then after that, when I sleep, this was my first time I have sleep paralysis. So I like to sleep on my side. So when I was sleeping on my side, right, suddenly someone was sitting. Usually if they sit, they should sit here, right? But I feel the pressure this way instead. But I was on the side, so I was like, I'll be confused. Then when I tried to open my eyes, my hair now I put extension. I cannot see But then my hair is very straight and thin, okay? But when I opened my eyes, the hair that I saw was crumpled. And then after that, all sorts of mess. It's black, but then it is very like tangled. You know, like the Barbie doll after you play, the Barbie doll hair is like all crumpled. And then I was like, oh shit, she's here.
Dum, dum, dum.
And then I was looking upwards because the hair was covering most of my vision. And then her hair was this way. Straight down, all crumpled, and then she was watching me. I couldn't see her face because I couldn't move my body, but I know she have eyes looking straight into my soul. And then I was like, oh fuck. And then after that, the most scary part is that she just keep looking. She never say what she want. Then after that, I asked her, what do you want? Like, what do you want from me? Can you like just leave me alone? I also very tired. Then I got angry already. Then after that, I like, wow, you come to my house and then you mess with me?
I'm not gonna punch her.
Then I haven't punched yet. Then after that, I passed out. And then after that, when I woke up again, I don't know how long it has passed. Then after that, again, she was having the sleep paralysis. And then after that, she was still on me. And then after that, I like, okay, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want, but if you don't leave me alone today and let me sleep, tomorrow I don't care by hook or by crook, I find Sifu, I will come and exterminate you. Then after that, my hand come out already, I cannot really move my hand. Like. Then after that, pop, I go back to sleep already. So violence is the answer.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you. Big round of applause for our two co-hosts. Up next, the confessor is not here. She is at work, but I managed to record a 1-hour confession out of her. It's a very long confession, but I will just give you the cliff notes of who she is. Her name is Akina. She has what you guys say is the third eye. She has something more than the third eye. She's able to see spirits in actual 4K resolution. She can't even see spirits as spirits. Sometimes she thinks that these are real people walking around. That's how clear she can see. And over the years of living, her parents have always said, no lah, it's your imagination. No lah, it's your imagination. Until when she finally discovered it's not her imagination, and she was dealing with it in very oppressive ways. Long story short, she has a divine power within her. Her great-grandmother is also trying to teach her and reach out to her. And then when she had the first kid, she found out that her first kid at the age of 3 years old also has ability to see spirits. But more on that later on, as the father, her husband is here with us today. We'll tell you more about that. But for now, let's listen to Akina's latest incident where a spirit was attached to her. Melvin, roll it.
Need the comma. I want the sound. No. But you have to see properly. Then.
You will vibrate, right?
Yeah, but sometimes cannot hear. Cannot.
Oh, then you do that.
Okay. Hi, Akira.
Hi, Eugene.
So this has been some time that we've been wanting to talk about this.
Yeah.
And it's finally get to see you. I think I might have posted the wrong video. And sharing
How long is this video?
stories that we have.
Okay, not the right video. Let me fast forward to the
Having known you for a couple of just 1.5 years, and the stories that you share every time when I come here, it's, to me, it's...
I don't know because of that or not, but the glove got one hole. So I was just lying down. Then I could see, I said, you have to chant properly.
And I think the most recent one, you were helping someone in life who had an unhealthy attachment to him. Are you able to share that, or is that too sensitive?
Can, just briefly. This is actually a very first experience for me. that the spirit is asking me to really help, do a favor. Because I did some treatment for a guy who is having a pain on his jaw, unknown swell on his eyes and neck. So I told him that, oh, let me do what I can to see whether reduce your pain. I will usually wear a glove and mask to avoid unnecessary like energy exchange. But that day, I don't know because of that or not, but the glove got one hole. I noticed it before the treatment and I was like, I don't want to waste so many gloves. This is a small hole and he doesn't look negative, so okay, then I just carry on. But after that, it drained my energy a lot. After he left, I just lie down. Then I saw a lady spirit in front of me and she suddenly hanged herself. Then I was like, oh, I didn't see anything. And I told my husband, can you burn the incense now? Then he burned for me. I closed my eyes. She got closer to me. I'm like, oh, obviously she's trying to say something. Then, because some people told me to don't look at it or just ignore it and they'll be gone. So I was telling myself, ignore, not my problem. Then she suddenly pulled my hair. My head really can go down, but I don't know, she's maybe pulling my spiritual body. And I was like, oh, this so expressive. So if I ignore this, I'm gonna fall sick. And my body will sure break down. So I just talked to my mutual friend with the customer. And that, is anyone of his family or girlfriend or whoever passed away by suicide? Then she said, oh, his fiancé or something passed away, but I think it's illness. I said, oh, okay. You saw anything? Because she knows that I see things. Then I said, oh yeah, I just saw. But she was showing me that she's suicide, so I'm not sure. Then after that, she told that to my friend, the customer. Then he contacted me that he want to talk. Then I went to talk. He told me that actually his ex-wife committed suicide by hanging herself. Oh, okay. Then, because I couldn't receive a message properly, every time she will come and show me some visions to convey the message, but she doesn't talk, so I have to guess the meaning. So I was guessing that, oh, she wants him to move on, but the new partner that he chose maybe not so suitable from what she sees, something. So I was just every day conveying this message to him until Takeru comes to Singapore to do a proper send-off for her. So it was quite intense, as in because maybe she will get frustrated that I don't get the message properly. Then that's when I cannot breathe. I felt like somebody is strangling my neck. While I'm showering, I suddenly start vomiting non-stop. And that was so tough. I was keep on vomiting while I'm in the shower. Then I close my eyes. I start to see her room, her bathroom, her mom. Her mom passed away in tsunami disaster. So she had a lot of emotions, the sadness, the things that she went through. So she wanted me to feel probably. So I see a lot of her dead body. I see a lot of the town that used to be a peaceful. Then suddenly she changed the scene into a very sad place.
When you see, you see in
Okay, so
as if it's.
So that's the shortened version of the 50-minute long confession video, which will be up on our YouTube pretty soon. This is Akira, and I've known her for some time, and her husband is here with us. Melvin, if you will come out and join us. Melvin is also a recent practitioner, and oh, thank you. I can tilt out the camera to. Yeah, can. lower, Alvin. Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Melvin. I'm the husband of Akina.
Melvin is also from Elite Fitness, so he's working out from Central, right?
Central. Yeah, Central.
So if you guys need any workout tips, you can always ask him. Akira also does, the wife, she does healing. So energy healing, and what else does she do?
She do some slimming treatment, personal trainings.
Slimming treatment, energy healing, right? So you've been living with Akina for how many years?
7 years.
7 years. And in the 7 years, you had experiences with her where she shares things with you.
Yeah, she told me a lot of her supernatural stuff, and then I believe her. And from then, okay, it's actually after when my daughter turned 3 and she started to encounter and see things, I had to do some precautions. So I have to, there will be some changes to my life. Like, let's say I go for holiday, I have to prepare some salt, okay, some salt, Palo Santo, sage leaves, and some holy spray just to cleanse the room. And before they sleep, I have to form a salt barrier just to kind of protect them.
All right. So this particular story that Akira shared with us regarding a spirit of a woman who committed suicide that she managed to detect while she was doing treatment for one of the clients.
Yes, correct.
And you are very familiar with this story. We would like to know from your point of view, from the outsider's point of view, looking in at Akina's journey. Could you tell us your side of the story?
Oh, my side. Okay. Okay, she was doing a treatment for this guy, and then he had some aches and pain, and then we're going to use some radio frequency to try to ease the pain from him. And then after the treatment, Akina was feeling tired, and she wanted to take a nap. So I said, okay. She just take a nap. In just about 5 minutes, and then she said, I saw a vision. I saw a woman standing beside me. Can you burn the incense? I said, okay, I'll burn the incense. I move around her. And she straight away suspect is something to do with the previous client. And she called her friend, she messaged her friend to ask what happened to the ex-wife. Then the friend just said, I think she died passed away from illness. Okay, then later Akina went to approach the client and say, I saw this vision and what actually happened. Because in Akina's vision, she saw that she have committed suicide. And then true enough, the guy just, he told the truth. He said, my ex-wife hanged herself when just a day after they got married. So from depression, quite a bad depression, because she lost her family through the tsunami, the earthquake in Japan, then the one that hit Fukushima. So so it's been more than 10 years, and somehow this client is going through. He's going to get married to this lady, and then. Somehow this girl wasn't really sure about the new wife, and then start to give messages. So my wife actually went through quite a bit because the energy level was quite strong and it's wearing her down. Every time she has to do a lot of cleansing, and actually she's under mentorship with this shaman Takeru, a Japanese shaman. Then when she asked him to help her cleanse, he said this is part of a journey. She have to go through this. She can't avoid. And he won't do anything. He just have to let her go through. So for 2 weeks, she suffered quite a bit. And finally, Takeru came, and we did a fire ritual called a goma, and managed to send her up. Then before she went up, Akina saw everything during the fire goma. So the final moment was to During all this time, Akina cannot see her face. She don't know how she looks like. Then the last moment before she went into the light, she saw her face and she said, "Thank you." And then she left. And from then on, Akina was weeping and weeping and weeping, crying.
During the Goma.
During the Goma.
Wow. Okay, so if you do not know what's the Fire Goma, you can go and check out our photographs on Something Strange Festival. We had the Fire Goma last Saturday. Fire Goma is from Takeru. Is basically a Japanese shaman, and he invited him here. He comes by quite often. He is perhaps one of a kind shaman who's able to help us connect to our higher divine energy. And his long story short, he was very much integral in my own personal journey as well. And he was here creating a fire ritual. That's what a Fire Goma is. And that Fire Goma is designed to bring in all the spirits, to open up a portal for them, and for the spirits to leave. And for us present here, to suck away our negative energy as well. All right? So those are the third eye can see things. So I'd like to tell you guys that our office, this center, very, very clean. Very clean. Yeah. Fire Goma twice, one Fire Puja. So very clean already. All right. Any question? Think of your questions. People who are watching on YouTube as well. If any questions, please leave it in a comment. I will read it out for you guys to hear. I'm going to pass the mic over to Kyle to ask his question. But before that, I'd like to do a quick shout out of an event that we have tonight after our live show. And that is the Uji Nali. Uji Nali is a big deal for us because as paranormal investigators, we always have something called the courage test. And we want you guys to go through a proper courage test, not that anyhow go to cemetery, kick things, and call for spirits to come out. Uji Nali is a term called courage test. The old folks in the kampong days used to challenge each other to go there and find ghosts. My father was one of those as well. This was pre-internet, pre-smartphone, nothing to do, go and find ghosts. Tonight, we have that event run by Crow Ghost Adventures, one of Singapore's OG when it comes to such events. How OG is OG? I'm a YouTuber, podcaster, we have all this, you're more on IG. Crow Ghost Adventurers are selling CDs, VCDs at Pasar Malam of their investigation. That's how OG they are. And tonight, after this, at 11 o'clock in a secret location, they are conducting proper Ojinali. Why I'm bringing this up? Because one of our crew, our show producer, Salim, is going to head over for Ojinali. So if you are thinking of signing up, we still have some slots left. You can follow Salim and go there directly. Okay? If you think about going, let her go out and find Salim. Salim is a handsome guy there. I see that one. Yeah, second handsome guy there. Okay. Ready, Kyle?
Yeah, what?
So, about this particular situation, the dead woman spirit following her, going to the light. You have done so many stories, thousands on podcasts, hearing thousands of different variations. Have anything like that? Have you encountered anything similar to this?
Not directly to me lah. I mean, there are a few stories that are quite close, but not to the extent lah. Of course, I mean I'm not a medium or anything, but I do have stories of hanging also. Yeah, they're quite quite creepy. Yeah.
So, ghosts who hang, or people who hang themselves, as a spirit, they come back more vengeful. Is that it?
Yeah, I think when people leave the earth in this manner, I think they have a lot of in Chinese we call yan qi. They have a lot of energy that's left over, and according to the decree by the gods, their time is not up. So actually they created the ultimate sin. So they are also suffering. That's why you need like divine power to actually send them back to where they belong. So that's why they suffer. Then they bring the suffering like like hate brings hate ma. So it transcends to the human being that can kind of help them. So it's like a cycle actually if you think about it. These kind of stories we do get, but if it's too like specific, right? We try not to touch on. I mean, we are not as garang as Supernatural Confessions. Y'all will do investigations, but sometimes we pass on the stories because we believe that by telling them it might conjure the spirits. Oh. Especially the ones that are like within the past 10 to 20 years. I think they are still around.
That long time gap. 10 to 20 years.
Actually, I have a story which links to this idea.
Okay.
Can I share?
Yeah, sure.
So, sorry for those who stay near Frankel Avenue. This story takes place in Frankel Avenue and Kembangan. So actually, my dad and my uncle, I think in the 70s, young adults, right? Then they wanted to stay alone. So they, with a whole bunch of guys, they actually rented this shop house along Frankel Avenue. Now it's still there. So this house had a history. But they didn't know when they rented it. It was like dirt cheap, like a few $100s. So they like 5-6 guys share. So when they started staying in this place, actually a lot of people didn't want to stay in the back room. So it's like the traditional shop house. You downstairs is shop, which like there's a shop lah. Then they stay upstairs. So they go up. Then there's like it's like almost like a 3-room flat layout. By the back, there's a storeroom which doubles as a bedroom. Nobody stayed in that room. And nobody said anything. Like, nobody said, oh, I don't sleep. I sleep with you, bro. It's okay, I don't sleep in that room. They never said anything. I mean, guys are trying to be men, act men. Then they had like this friend, like when you, a bunch of guys, you stay, then you got friends of friends. So sometimes they crash. Then so happened to have this guy who just crashed and never left. He's like, don't have home one, so he just left. And he's a bit not there, in the head. So he a bit, blur one. So he can stay in that room. But they notice, right, every time they go in, like maybe bum a cigarette or something, talk to him, he's always looking on the ceiling, and then he will like, he really laugh at the ceiling. I mean, but they're like, okay this guy maybe he's not really there so we don't care. Okay? So until one night, there was one of my dad's friend, and my dad is staying there. He got drunk. This guy got drunk and went to sleep with this not there guy . And at first, nothing much happened until around like maybe 3 a.m., right? I think he burst out of the room and he ran to my uncle and my dad's room and then said, hey, got ghosts. I got ghosts. But I cannot tell you what I saw. We just sleep.
Walao, you tell people like that, you tell people to sleep.
See, bastard, right? These kind of people.
Hey, got ghosts, but never mind, bro, you go and sleep. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Then, my uncle and my dad, they are both hardline not scared of ghosts. They believe but they not scared. They will also turn violent to the ghost. So anyway, my uncle, he told me, he said, okay, I tried staying in the room. I don't like the room because it sucks. He said it's a shit room. I don't want to, because I got more my TV, everything. Back in the 70s, you got TV, it's a very big deal. And he stay in the room, he's like, no TV, cannot smoke, no aircon, I don't want. But he say, no ghosts, no ghosts. Maybe his aura strong. The ghost, scared of him. He's a bit of a something back in the day. So then, okay. Then there was one time, this was told to me by my dad. He came back, and then my dad rode a motorbike. Came back, everybody was working night shifts. So he was the only one in the house. He walked up the stairs, and it was completely dark. And for some weird reason, the light switch is all near the room. So he had to walk in the dark, one round, then go switch on the room. Switch. Then after that, he walked. He had a very weird feeling that night. He said, a bit, the feel not right. The atmosphere a bit cold. Then he walked around. Then he can feel got cold air on his neck. No aircon in that room. Remember, it's
I just want to say aircon.
Yeah. The no aircon in the room because it's a shit room. Yes. According to my uncle.
Natural aircon.
Yeah, natural aircon.
Natural aircon.
He go, they walk. Wow. Don't have anybody at home. Then I feel, even for him, it's like, a bit too garang. They say, okay, never mind. I go and take a shower. Then, but he start hearing things. Like, got people walk around the house.
Oh, yo.
Yeah, start hearing things. Got people walk around the house. Then he come out. He thought, hey, they come back already. Hey, nobody. Then they called. He called my uncle and the guys. Hey, where y'all No, we're not coming back until like 12. Then he like, I think maybe I should not stay in the house alone. That's when he realized if it was me, like got the cold air, I out already, I run already. But he like, okay lah. Then I go the nearby coffee shop, I drink beer. That was it for him. Then more and more guys, it's like a frat house. More and more guys just came and crashed, and then more and more they start telling them that, hey, your this room really got ghosts, I tell you. Then there was this one time, my father got fed up because nobody wanted to stay in that room. And then it was so packed already, like everybody stayed, they never pay rent. They say, okay, I proved to you all got no ghosts. I sleep in the room with one of the guys. Then they both sleep. So I think they slept until like maybe 2 a.m. And then my dad was sleeping. Then I think the not there guy, I think he wasn't around. So it's just the two of them. Then he heard the guy like, you know, like he's like,
wanking
hey
off.
bro, you whacking off ah? I'm in the room, you know, can you like stop it? Then he got fed up, he woke, he got up, he looked at the guy was like that, like sleep paralysis. Then you know what he did? He slapped the guy.
Ghosts kena slap, people kena slap. You're violent
Slap
people.
the guy.
I thought you said your dad no violence one, then suddenly what?
No, he violent one.
Oh, okay.
That's where you get the genes from.
You know, he's a bit more 粗人 yeah. Then slap the guy like, hey, what happened What happened Ong? They call him Ong lah. Oh, what happened Ong? You were like, you know, you were making a lot of noise, you're disturbing me, you know. He said, what happened? I tell you in the morning, but he can, like the eye line behind him. Then the next morning, the guy like super pale. They put him, the whole group, go kopitiam. Then they tell him, I saw a female ghost in, not red, pink color.
Pink color. So cute.
Yeah. This one it links to me. I experienced it also. Near the ceiling, looking at me. Very angry. Very, very angry. Okay? So then that was it. Then I think after that, I think they brought a deity. So I don't know how they got it. They brought a deity, put it there. And then shortly after, they moved out because they have dispute with the rent, but it wasn't because of the ghost. They still stayed there, knowing that it was haunted. They still stayed there. So it was pretty chill.
Singapore bo pian
Okay, now,
housing.
30 years later. So my dad know that I do horror, right? Then he's like, I tell you a story. So he told me everything. They said, let's go for a drive. Yeah, like, oh, bro, I know what's up already. You're going to bring me there. Okay, let's go. So he drove me there. And this is the place I also, you know, grew up around. So I know that area.
Yeah.
So he showed me the shop house. Then he was telling me the story there. Like, tell. Then both of us at the same time said, I think it's time to go. We just said, it's time to go. Okay, then we go. Then when we reach, okay, this one Belinda take note. If you sense,
Why?
you must say,
Say what?
the moment we reached our HDB downstairs, he was still telling me about, like, I was asking him, also that what happened. I was asking him for the details. Then at a certain point, there was a huge gust of cold wind. 10 p.m. Out of nowhere. So, boom. Like huge gust. And there was no wind. That you know, the corridor landing, there's no way the wind can come in because it's all blocked. So he and I look at each other. Pink color, right? We both sensed him.
Okay, you have not mentioned this place, but I kind of can guess where, because Pauline, the one from last year. If you've been for my last live show number 4, there was a lady called Pauline, tour guide, and she could see ghosts. That's the one. She mentioned that she had an experience in one of the Frankel estate shop house, and she told me where exactly. I'm going to point out to you. If it is true, you just blink twice. Frankel is quite long, so it starts from Kembangan all the way to the Siglap side. It is closer to the Siglap side.
No, I'm thinking. I think so.
Okay.
No, but it's near a petrol station.
Yes, there's a petrol station here. Then there's Georgie's here. Then here there's a row of shop house. There's a Peranakan restaurant there as well. And it's the one, if that's the place that I'm right, there's a pet shop here on one side, petrol kiosk. What you're talking about is the other extreme end.
It's an inner road, inside one.
Above a bar.
No, it's not a bar.
Okay. At least there's more than one haunted place there.
Yeah. But that was the moment I got like really, then we stopped talking about it. We immediately stopped talking about it. So how, Belinda?
So I believe that every time you talk about entity, whether you know their name or not, but the moment you talk about them and you picture them, they will know they will come and look for you. Because last year, we also have during the live show, one of the confessor was talking about the first woman, the first serial killer woman who got beheaded. And then the moment they say, we talk about this ex-person, and then she appeared in the audience, I had a cold chill, but I didn't say anything. Pauline looked uncomfortable. I think she like confirmed my confirmation. And then the kids started crying.
Yeah.
The kids was like, then after that, then they passed the message to Eugene and say there was a monster amidst them. Yeah. So, okay, but back to the story for the wife. I really feel her, because when she says she feel very tired and she feel very worn out, I recently just started practicing and like communicate with the ghosts, because really no choice. They force my hand. I have to submit, I guess. Then after that, I have to do communication and then probably let them pass on and stuff like that. So when I'm going through the motions also, your whole body takes a toll. So I can feel like your wife also suffering, right?
Yeah, she's suffering quite a bit.
But I think as a loved one, you can't do anything. You also feel very like.
Yeah, true.
Right. So after that, in the end, like, especially when the spiritual master or somebody who's supposed to help them say, sorry, you have to go through this motion. Then you're like.
Yeah, I say this is linked to you. You have to go through this. You have to learn. It's a lesson for you.
Yeah. So after that, it's so frustrating. But sometimes you just have to suffer. You suffer, and then after that we grow. And then hopefully, I guess your wife is in a better place right now. She has more level up.
Yeah, kind of level up. She's always leveling up.
So I think, thank you for sharing. I think I would like to meet your wife one day.
Okay.
Can be arranged. In fact, Akira and Akina will be coming out of here. We invited here to the halls on the hill as well to conduct talks. And if any of you have a loved one that just recently passed away, we can try to help you guys connect, hopefully. But it's very tough because Akina takes on the negativity. And
Yes.
that's why Melvin is here. He's also learning the art of defense. His core skill is defense. He'll set up perimeter and he would secure the site. So we are seeing them at a very early stage of level 1. You come back again for live show number 7, maybe you see a different version of them. All right. Thank you, Mel.
Thank you.
Kyla, Nicholas Huang Yongqie bought you a beer.
Oh, thanks. Cheers.
Do you have beer now? Where's your beer?
Beer is here, bro.
You get it too slow already lah.
Very fast.
Grace, where's Grace? We need another beer for Kyle. Kyle, you need one more beer. He's gonna bottoms up. No, Hanafiya last. Beer is that side. Yeah. Next one, since we are talking about pink lah. Since we are talking about pink.
That story got quota one.
Huh?
I think Belinda know. That story, I think 1 year I cannot tell more than twice.
Why?
Later I cannot attached.
It's
No, it's for real one.
It's like you cannot say the name 3 times. Is it like?
I mean, like it's like you're trying to get the attention, man.
So when I talk about the lady, right, the lady that give me sleep paralysis, when I talk about her with my other spiritual masters also, she came immediately, right? She just popped and then she just came into my vision. Then I'm like, cannot escape. But then after that, recently she was adopted by one of the spiritual master to kind of like enlighten her. So she will raise like in his words, it's raise her energy and vibration level, so she's able to cross over to the other side. Because now she's like negative, then she's very difficult to reach that level to move on to maybe see the light. I don't know what's her religion and her belief lah.
Belinda, the fans are asking you, are you drinking beer in that?
Sorry, only green tea. I today halal.
Can you drink beer?
Want to drink beer?
Because Alexandra Ding is just chipping in money for beer for the host.
Oh no. got soju or not?
The one you got to ask Alvin. Alvin need to bring soju. Just one for her.
Can.
I'll drink with you all. Drink with you all.
I have a bit.
This show is not sponsored by the beer that we are drinking, okay?
He himself want to drink, he just make us drink only. This guy.
Anyhow,
Okay, before we call on our next host. Actually, our next host, do you drink? Oh, connection. The
Speaker Harvey.
speaker.
You talk too much about the spirits.
Natasha, do you drink? Okay, come on in. Our next confessor is Natasha. Grace, we need one more can of beer for her. Because you all say pink color, so you know.
Oh.
So just so you all know, right? I have confessors tonight, and they ask me, what is the flow, or which confessor is going to come first? I tell them, I don't know. We just go with the flow. So when I see keywords, it will come to mind. So I see pink hair. Natasha is out next. I follow the universe. But before that, come, let's drink one. You're drinking it, yeah?
Yeah, drinking. Okay, cheers.
Are we gonna cheers?
All right, 1, 2, 3, cheers.
Cheers. Tiger sponsor, please. Thank you very much.
Live show number 6, Tiger. I'm looking at you.
looking for our next beer sponsor. Proudly brought you by.
Okay, so this is Natasha. Natasha said she had some confession. And then I said, okay, tell me briefly what the confessions are. Then she go, with photographs and all. And I go, hot damn. Then after she sent this, she goes like, I also have some more for this. Do you want to hear? I say, hold it. Tell it to our audience right here today. And Natasha's story, without being a spoiler, is all about haunted houses. If you are living in the east side, good luck. Natasha, over to you.
I'll start with one that really stuck out to me all my life. I lived in Siglap for about a year and a half or 2 years. You know that area is keras.
Yeah,
it's hard.
Frankel is near Siglap, just so you guys know, huh?
Basically, the building, it's one of those short walk-up apartments, just 4 floors.
Sorry, give me a minute, Natasha.
Yeah.
Elvin, could you show the photograph, please, of the walk-up apartment? Okay, carry on.
Yeah. So basically, it was, that's pretty much it. It was left abandoned for a few years before a developer bought and took it over. And then what you see is basically like, I think, if I'm not wrong, there were 3 apartments per level. But when the developer took over, they actually broke down the 3 apartments and then made it into 6 apartments, I think. So the one that I got was on the last floor. And it's a 1-bedroom with an outdoor service yard and then a kitchen that I shared with my mom and my brother, just as a temporary housing before my mom actually bought a place. We were the first batch to move in, the first batch of tenants to move in. And the moment you enter the compound, it already feels very heavy. It really didn't help that it looked like that, you know. Yeah, the lift is really old, and it's dark and dingy. Corridors that had lights were always dark, no matter how many lights were turned on. So the first day we moved in, my mom got my mom's her relative to come in and bless the house. I'm Muslim, so he actually went into the bedroom immediately and locked the door, and then we sat in the behind the service yard is actually the kitchen. We sat in the kitchen, just me, my mom, my brother, and her friend who happens to have a third eye as well. While my mom's relative is doing the blessing and the prayers and stuff and cleansing, we heard the doorknob start rattling, and then suddenly it started raining, and there was lightning and thunderstorm for like a couple of minutes, and then it stopped. When the doorknob stopped rattling, I mean, we were freaked out already, because I mean, my mom and brother believe there is something, but doesn't bother them. But for me, what my mom says, my faith is very low and weak, so I'm always vulnerable and to such things, experiences. And then our hair stood up, and then all of a sudden, you hear a faint scream from the door that's on the left. It just comes out and then goes into the dining room, and then it's a female screaming, and it just goes past us and straight out to the door. So you can hear it like fade away.
I do sound effect.
Yeah, pretty much that. Yeah, pretty much that. Yeah, and then when he comes out, he looks scared, and he said like there is a very, very strong female entity residing in this unit, and she is not going to be easy to get out, and we need like a couple more cleansing to do it. But because we really needed a place to stay, we rushed the move. So when we moved in, move our stuff in, it took the entire day. So by evening came, one of my mom's friend who was helping us move, and he was on the ground floor. The lift takes ages to reach, and it's very old and very slow. So he actually was like, shit lah, just take the damn steps lah. By then it's already like Maghrib, so it's like sunset. So as he walked up the stairs, which is the lift is here and just goes up like that. So when he went up the first flight of stairs, he said he saw at the back, like on the side, a white figure with long hair following him. And he obviously didn't want to acknowledge it and did not mention this to us till much, much later. It followed him all the way up. And obviously he never said anything. Don't acknowledge it, just say some prayers and then just move on, you know. But then my mom's friend with the third eye who was with us that day said there is a female spirit or entity that is living in that tree right over there. And it sucks because when we sit in the kitchen, like at night, it faces the tree. So sometimes you just feel like someone's watching you. So when we finally settled in, I don't know if my mom and brother feels it, but I do. I feel there's always like a heaviness to the apartment. I hate coming home. I dread coming home. I try and stay out as late as possible. But there's always this like really evil, malicious kind of feeling to it. And the building's quite old, so it trips sometimes. And my mom's always on the road, so it's always me and my brother. And it always trips like between 2 to 3 a.m., 3:30 kind. So when it trips, like everything shuts off. So we usually have the TV turned on just for background noise and like light. One time every single time it trips, the room goes dark. You know, like it goes dark, but my room, the entire room goes dark. And you can start feeling this like uneasy feeling that something's coming over, like as if it's like a black shadow like going around the apartment. Yeah, it's not nice. The toilet as well. A lot of people, like when my mom's friend come over and stuff, they always feel like they've mentioned like, you know, the toilet's like the most uncomfortable place to be in. Like it always feels like someone's watching you. And then my mom's relative who did the cleansing said the entity usually resides in there. Yeah, and it's like one of those old school looking, like from toilets from the 70s, super dated, you know, green, yellow, yeah.
The small tiles type, is it?
Yeah, and like there's a bathtub and like it faces the mirror and like it's just not nice to be in there. Yeah, so it's always like 5-10 minutes quick showers and like hop off, not a minute longer in there. Yeah, I didn't really we had nothing like major. I mean, I didn't live long there. I think I lived there for about 1.5 years before I moved overseas
you cannot
for
say
uni.
things like, I didn't live long there. No, that gives you a different impression. People are asking online, is this the place that is a condo where several people have drowned?
I'm actually not sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't know if there was a pool. I mean, when we moved in, it just looked like that.
Sorry, it says thing it's facing a condo where it's facing the condo of several people drowned. It's not this unit but across.
There is a condo across.
Okay, is there a swimming? I'm supposed to.
Yeah, there is a swimming pool. Yeah, so maybe in the junction there is 2 condos. Yeah.
So you didn't live there long. You left the place soon after.
Yeah, thank God.
To another place that is also haunted.
Yeah, I mean, I've had experiences. Yeah, in the UK, yes, I did. Like, I mean, the houses there, they're built like from way back when, and it's full of history.
Okay, sure. I'll buy that. So the Siglap is haunted, UK is haunted, and the one that you came back later on also haunted.
Yeah.
And then the one after that in Punggol also haunted. I'm beginning to feel there's a pattern here, you know. Maybe it's not the house lah.
Yeah, I think it's me. Yeah.
Okay, we'll settle one house by one house first. But so far, for the Siglap house, anything you'd like to add? Belinda, any commentary on this one?
So when I look at the picture, I know that you circle that unit up there lah. But what I'm looking at is a diagonal picture. So the middle unit and I guess it's the floor below lah. I don't think anybody stays in the first floor. But the diagonal is like giving me like some sort of like warning. The first floor is especially cursed.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yes.
Is
Yeah, first floor there are people living on the first floor. I don't know how they survive.
I cannot see also lah, but like I think the first floor has the worst juju.
Yeah.
The bad juju vibes.
Yeah.
Can you share where it exactly is? Is it still around?
Yeah, it's still around. It's still being rented. The problem is with these units, right? When we were the first batch, right, there were a lot of like cabin crew as well. So there are people who just needed like a place to stay when they didn't have any flights.
Yeah.
So it's just there are not many families. I think we were like one of 2 families that were living there at the same time.
Yeah.
The other family had kids.
Yeah. The thing is, I grew up around Siglap.
Yeah.
So I always go for night cycling.
Yeah.
So I'm quite sure I passed this place. I'm quite sure when I passed it was abandoned.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
As kids, dumb kids, we shine like, woo, hantu. But nothing come out lah.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to know, yes, it's near Mandarin Gardens. Siglap. It's called Siglap Court.
Siglap Court.
Okay. Oh, that. Okay.
Somebody got it right.
So after the junction lah.
Yes, correct.
Then you go up all the way lah.
Yeah. And then I think down the road there's a mosque.
It's near the industrial. There's an industrial area like further down, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Like people work there or something.
Yeah. So on the left-hand side there's the School of Indonesian school.
Yeah.
And then behind is the mosque. Yeah. Keras like anything It really is.
Just a show of hands. How many of you guys are living in the east side?
East side, best side.
1, 2, 3. The rest of you, heng. Is it? Issue not haunted. Issue crazy people. East side is all the haunted things. The west side,
Everywhere also haunted. Then where we stay?
What you say about my west side? What you say about my west side? Okay. I think all the industrial air there not very clean. All the weirdos in the west side.
So maybe she can consider to be a property agent. Then after that all the house she go to, she'll tell you haunted, not haunted, haunted, not haunted, haunted.
She makes the house haunted. What are you talking about?
No,
all 4 houses she goes is haunted.
Oh, so means everything that she go, she all cannot rent
If she becomes a property agent, every house she go, we got story already. Actually, she should be property agent. She work for Supernatural Confessions. Okay, the house got no story. Never mind, send Natasha.
Make it happening.
You know, speaking of property, right? Like honestly, in this economy, I mean, can I have a show of hands, right? If you know the place is haunted, but it's like maybe 25% cheaper than what is on the market, would you try to stay in it?
Take.
Who will take
Confirm.
it? Right? Show of hand.
Confirm.
Comments also.
Yes. Confirm
people in the YouTube people comment also, okay?
The 2 of you not fair lah. The 2 of you got powers lah. You can set up. This one can whack the
My house
ghost.
already haunted already, so doesn't count. Grow a haunted house. So I have a lot of spirits, and then my famous bottle.
Belinda's portal.
Yeah, I mean, just a caveat, right? Because I was doing research for another project about Siglap specifically. Actually, Siglap it derives from a certain word.
Siglap.
Yeah, Siglap. Then gelap which means darkness that conceals.
Yes.
So it's quite an ominous name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, how many of you have been for my Siglap tour? Okay, one, right?
Hi.
So I think you have been as well. So I'm going to give you the Cliff Notes version, okay? Because I will finish running my last Siglap tour tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So if any of you are still up to join me for Siglap tour, tomorrow is the last one for the Something Strange Festival. Okay, so just give you very briefly, Cliff Notes. Siglap, if you go check out the official meaning, right, like what Carl has said, under the Heritage Board, they will tell you that it was because of an eclipse in 1845. I might have gotten the date wrong. It's around that time where there's an eclipse, and then people look at Siglap and go, "Ayo, so dark the place. Let's call this place the Dark One, Siglap." That's the official canon meaning. But when I spoke to the caretaker, I spoke to the older generation of those who have been in Siglap all along. The first man I talked to, his reply to me was, "Buto lah." Right? He says Siglap was called Siglap way before the eclipse. Because back then, along the shoreline, there were already villages. And there was a royalty that sailed in from Indonesia to Singapore to escape the Dutch. He needed to find a village for himself and his retinue. But he could not find anywhere near the populated area. The only place with land available to build your kampong was in this dark wooded area that has Pontianak. The man who goes by the name of Tok Lasam says, better to face the Pontianak than to be homeless. And I suppose a lot of Singaporeans can attest to that as well, right? So what happened in 1800 still happens now, no? Yeah. Home more important than Pontianak. So he went there, right, to the dark place, and he take out his kris, he put it to the ground, and he says, "I now claim this place as mine. Anyone not happy, fight me." So the Pontianak, I do not know how the fight happened, decided that they were no match for him. They moved across the road towards Lorong Tuakong. So, according to the old folks who told me this story, Jalan Tuakong side, haunted. This side of the road, no haunted. Okay? So, it was because of that patch of dark forest called the Dark Place that Siglap got its name, according to the caretaker and memories of local collective. So, there's a disparity between history and... But I think that's where the fun and joy is, right? You know, what the kampong people say and what history say, and somewhere in between that, you find you match, you pick your own truth, so to speak. Yeah. So that's how Siglap got its name. Are we good for the next place? The next haunted location that you infected the place with?
Infected. Okay. Yeah, so before Siglap, obviously, I lived in Pasir Ris.
Shit! That's where I stay.
West side.
I think she's a dowsing rod.
I know. No. It's a long drive 10. I'm not going to say the block because someone's living there. It was... I'm in my early teens, so I'm in secondary school. I don't know why, but it seems like it was only me. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's really me. When we moved in, there's, again, always this uneasiness to the house. And I think for the first time, because I mean, growing up, we always bunked in with our parents and stuff. We slept in the master bedroom, and this was the first house there where me and my brother actually had our own rooms. And unfortunately, our unit faces the forest that I think is what used to be Pasir Ris Camp. So it's like heavily dense forest. And then our living room faces like a couple of tall trees and stuff. Yeah. So my room was facing the forest, and when we moved in the first night, my door kept opening by itself. And yeah, I could not, my room also was dark, like really dark, and I had to sleep with a night light for a long time. But there was always instances of where the door would just open randomly, and there's no gust of wind. It's dead. It's completely dead. So to try. I really got scared. I really could not sleep alone. Like it always felt like someone was watching me in my room. So I told my mom whether I could sleep in. We turned the study room into like an entertainment room. So there was an aircon in there and there's sliding doors. So I slept in there where the doors can't open. There's no way the door can open. It's too heavy. So I slept there. And then, yeah, soon after my brother joined me. But there was one time where I was actually working on an essay. And this was like, I think I already started poly. It was 3:12 a.m. I still remember vividly. There was this very sweet floral smell that started seeping through the windows. So the living room, it was a really long living room. So it was like at least maybe 2 meters worth of windows, the entire length. We always kept it open. My mom always like, just let the breeze in and stuff. And we were on the 3rd floor, which is about the same height as most of the trees. So at 3:12, working on my laptop, and then the sweet floral smell starts seeping in, and then I'm just okay. And I didn't think much of it, and then the next second I know it turns into this like really foul, disgusting smell, and that's when I just like okay, nope, and then just went straight into my brother's room, and then I didn't come out. I slept the entire night with him, and I left my laptop there, let it die. The lights were still turned on. I told my mom the next day, like, there was something last night. And she was like, no, there was nothing. It's just you. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. Yeah.
That's how we all children get traumatized.
Yeah,
There's no ghost, it's you. That's what your mom said.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And there was also one time when I slept in my room, I had like an old Ernie toy, the toy Sesame Street Ernie. And he's dressed up as a farmer kind of thing. And when you press his hand, he sings the Old MacDonald song. I haven't touched this toy in years, okay? This was from my childhood. And it's in the bottom of a toy basket that's in the corner of my room. So one time I was sleeping, and all of a sudden I hear him starting to sing. And it's been years since I touched it. Batteries should have been dead, completely dead, But here he goes singing Old MacDonald's in the... No, it was deep. It was like, and dragged on. So it was like, Old MacDonald. I let it go on. Like, it just went, Old MacDonald. And it just droned on. And then when it stopped, it started singing again. I freaked out, went into my brother's room, and I just slept there the entire night as well. And I told my mom, like, again the next morning, like, by the way, Ernie sang last night. And then she was like, no, he hasn't, you haven't touched it. I was like, yeah, exactly, he's singing in the bottom of the basket in the deepest, droniest voice. I was like, he was possessed. And she was like, no. After that, I looked at it. Batteries were really dead, It's not, so, if I remember correctly, I threw that Ernie away. Like, I didn't touch it again.
You threw it away, you don't have it anymore?
No, I don't have it anymore.
Oh, man! I would have wanted to keep it.
No. Yeah, you can, if I known you, I would have passed it to you, but yeah. No, possessed, no. Yeah. So that's pretty much the most notable events from that Pasir Ris house.
But I feel you, sis. All the gaslighting from the parents.
Yeah, I know, right? Traumatic, eh?
They were like, no, if you never do anything evil, they will not come to you. I was like, okay, mom.
Yeah. No, it's like, your faith is low. Start praying. And I'm like, no.
It doesn't help
that way.
I think you need to start your path on the spiritual path.
You're here for a reason.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Maybe find new hosts.
Welcome to Supernatural Confession. New host in the house.
Treasure host. Yeah.
Wow.
Can I just check? I think I found the house already.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm looking.
It's near
Elias Mall, right?
No, I'm nowhere near Sungai Api-Api.
No, but it's you said Drive 10, right?
Drive 10.
There's a Jurong.
Facing a jungle,
Pasir Ris
forest,
camp.
I guess.
Forest, yeah.
There's an overseas family school.
I mean, when I was living there,
Don't
it was
have,
not there. Yeah.
700 plus.
It's
Sorry?
near the
700 plus.
Yes, correct.
Oh, okay. Because my cousin used to live there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, then I go over. And those houses were big, right?
Yes,
they
they're
were very
huge, yeah.
I always felt weird. No, my
Is
cousin.
it near the fish farm there, the
Yes.
animal farm
yes,
there,
yes,
right?
yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes.
Then he's facing like a jungle.
A
It's
jungle,
still
last time-
there. It's still there.
Jungle still there got a bit smaller because, okay, this is the part where if you go any further down, you'll be where the wild dogs are and the place they used to bury trash.
Is it?
From that house, you go further down.
Lorong Halus.
Lorong Halus.
Towards Lorong Halus.
Towards Lorong Halus.
Yeah.
I'm not there.
Not there anymore.
As in, I'm not. It's nearer.
Nearer to the other side.
700 plus.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
you're
700 plus.
facing.
Yeah.
Then if you like go straight, I mean you're not gonna bash through the jungle, but like if you bash through the jungle, it's Pasir Ris Beach,
Yeah.
right?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, McDonald.
I hate it. I
Like
hated it.
Ernie from like Sesame Street.
Yeah, Ernie from Sesame Street.
Creepy.
Yeah, I know exactly.
It's very creepy.
And it's like the face smiling permanently, like.
The cloth with the cloth face, right?
Yeah.
But Eugene,
Yeah.
I have something to ask you. Because my tarot card is calling for her.
Oh, wow. Okay.
My tarot card wanted to come today, so I think it's calling for her. I did
do it. Let's do it.
aura reading for her the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you are okay, we shall do just one card reading.
Okay.
Okay. You have any questions?
It's life, man.
No
Anything
questions.
goes.
No questions. A bit hard. Maybe something.
Okay, I got a question. I would like to know. If
From
you're
the tarot
okay.
card or from her?
I have a question for her. If this is something that you can answer, do you know or have you gone to check if you have any guardian spirit around you? And I mean, guardian spirit may not be divine, but something's hanging around you. Do you know?
I wouldn't say hanging around me. I'm not sure if it's a permanent thing. I have gone through. I've had like a moment one time where I was apparently possessed, and I had I wouldn't say possessed, like something had taken over me.
Okay.
And I acted out of character.
Okay.
And then my mom called someone to come in to do the prayers and cleanse.
Okay.
And yeah, I've done that before. Because I guess since we're talking about this, like I've had my mom noticed that I kept coming home angry and like really black. Really black faced, and it felt like there was a shadow over me and stuff. And I guess my mom attributed it to me having low faith and like me being always negative and sad and stuff. So she said like spirits tend to find the vulnerable, and then I'm that kind of person that I attract.
Because if you're depressed, you're angry all the time. If you're a Karen, then you resonate this sort of vibration to the spirits who then come to you. And if you are, not everyone will going to get possessed, of course, but if you are weak or you are susceptible to the spirit, they can then be attached to you. And over time, if you do not know that you have attachment, it can then fall into a full swing possession.
But to answer your question, I don't know if there's anything with me or protecting me or
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, let's see whether Belinda can find out anything for you.
So I just now was shuffling the card. This card came out when I was shuffling, and then it was the right side up. So this card just to show our YouTube audience. I don't know, can you see it? So this card is the Three of Pentacles. So the Three of Pentacles, what it's saying is that teamwork. Have you ever considered mediumship? No. Okay, so for this one itself, is saying that we should work together with her.
Oh.
I told you, right? I told you we want to get her on board. Yes. But this one, come out by itself, I never pull out from my ass. So this one is trying to tell her that we should work together on something. I don't know what is it. Okay. But if you're interested, I think we should pursue. But what about you? How do you feel if you want to pursue maybe magic or spiritual or maybe even supernatural confessions stuff?
I mean, I don't mind. I always had a thing for witchcraft.
The occult.
Witchcraft.
Yeah.
Oh, one of us. One of us. One of us.
Terry's smiling away. It's like, haha.
One of
I
us.
felt you
One
before
of
you even
us.
walked in.
One of us.
All right. Kyle, what do you think? I mean, overall, this pastry store, you have anything to add? Like, around the area, you seem to know the place pretty well.
Yeah, east side, best side, bro. Shout out to the east side people.
Yeah.
Pastries is definitely Keras, very Keras, but it's not like Siglap. Siglap is just a specific area. Yeah. Because I think there was the Suching massacre, some of them were found there as well, right?
Yeah.
Pastries is the whole area. I think what it has is very, very old. All the kakak there is much, much older.
You call the kakak old.
Kakak, you know lah, Sungai Api-Api one, that one is famous one.
Hey, why you call me old? I not old, you know.
What you say? You said nene
I kakak bukan nenek tau.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Pastries houses is if your your 八字, your birth date and birth time can take it, is very good for you.
Speaking of birthday and birth time, actually, I wanted to ask you for your birth time. Now Douglas said cannot take birth
Cannot
time.
lah, bro. This one is cannot. This one is like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but I do sense it as well that, you know, I feel you have a lot to connect with and you may be untrained. So if you would like to, and this is an open invitation, only if you want to, because the Halls on the Hill, what we do, we provide here is non-dogmatic, non-preaching. We just provide all the 10 years of stuff that I know and I learned and the connections that I've made, I bring it to this place. So you want Taoist? Got Taoist. Got old Taoist, got young Taoist. You want Malay? Got Malay. Got Ustad with TCM also. You want TCM? Somebody is behind us, I know who does TCM. So what I would love to bring to the Halls on the Hill is a buffet of practices, a buffet of mindset, a buffet of traditions. And there'll be classes, there'll be workshops, there'll be things that would be appealing to, I guess, just general demographic. And if you're curious, come on down a couple of times, listen to what we have. No one's going to ask you to buy anything. No one's going to ask you to believe anything. Just come on down. You find that, hey, this particular direction, maybe witchcraft or maybe something else to do with the divine, and it resonates with you, then you go and pursue that side lah. You can talk. At least you know who to talk to. You know where to come to, rather than, what do I do now? I think I got some power, or I don't know whether I got power or not. Huh?
It's a lonely journey.
It's a lonely journey.
Yes.
Being spiritualist is a lonely journey, but in Supernatural Confession, in the Halls on the Hill, you are not alone, and that's pretty much the Supernatural Confessions tagline. Segueing into that very nicely, Cheryl is right here. The Supernatural Confessions 10-year anniversary is also on sale for pre-order. And the tagline is, you are not alone. So come on down. This is going to be a gathering spot for, and there'll be many more programs for us opening our doors in the weeks to come. In fact, starting next week, if you guys are small business owners or you have something to sell, hopefully in the realm of the spiritual side of things, 28, 29, Patricia, I believe we have Solar Oria.
Bazaar.
We have a bazaar. But, sorry, Solar Oria, you got to wait for next one. Huh?
No, still have.
Oh, still have?
We still have it.
Then she said no?
She said hi to you.
Oh, she said hi. Okay, 28, 29 still available. If you're interested, go look for Patricia. And I can tell you, that kind of price that Patricia is offering, you cannot find anywhere else on. Okay? But it's only opening price only, only for this week, for 28, 29. All right.
Yeah, but I feel like we will see each other again. Do you want to pick another card? The High Priestess in reverse. So for people who don't know about the High Priestess, so the High Priestess is, I believe this card is talking about your divine being. Maybe you're still trying to figure things out.
Okay, yeah.
About your spiritual side. So when it comes about, I think in due time you'll make a decision. But we are not pressuring you, huh? No pressuring. I'm not selling insurance, okay? No pressure, no pressure. But yeah. So perhaps it will help you to see things from a clearer view if you learn magic itself.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Eugene, you have any questions for Natasha? Anybody? No question. Anybody from the VIP room? Okay. No questions, Eugene. Anybody from YouTube?
YouTube, let me check. How do you know if you have a guardian spirit around? So many questions. She didn't pull it out of her portal. They're asking you when they'll put a card out of your portal. Somebody caught you drinking green tea again instead of beer. Elvin Ong is asking, can you pull a card out for me?
Now.
Yeah, now. Cannot.
Cannot. I already battery flat already.
Yeah.
I
Alvin, you need to
just
give us
very
your...
curious why the tarot cards still want to come out. Then after that, I know why now.
She's here, that's why.
Close shop already.
Yeah. Alvin, if you want, you got to give us your name and birth date.
Anyhow, later people say I gong tao them how.
Okay, Ken. So we feel that Natasha, yeah, you may have more things that, you know, I think we need one more story to confirm that you're really cursed. I mean, you're really haunted. Yeah. Do you have one more story for us? The Punggol one.
My current house in Punggol.
Okay. So again, somewhere near the east side.
Yeah, east side.
You have Doomers all.
Yeah, so when we moved in, we got someone to bless the house again. But then after even after blessing and cleansing, there were multiple incidences where it felt like there was something stronger there. So I remember one time where we had to put salt in the corners of the house or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
is that a Himalayan sea salt, or are you talking about just the white table salt?
White table salt.
White table salt. Okay.
Yeah, no, not atas enough. And then I think it's to see if there's any movement in the salt, and there were. And then one time I think we were still moving in, and my mom was in the storeroom and realized the walls were actually glowing.
Glowing?
Yeah, glowing. I do have a photo of it, but it's not as apparent as it is, I guess, in person.
Okay.
And then they did say, I mean, we called someone in, and then the person did say there is a strong entity residing in the storeroom.
The person never tell your mother, she just imagining things.
No, not because yeah. No, but it was really there though. It was really glowing, yeah. So you just see cracks around the walls that are just glowing and stuff. So I don't know whether it was another portal or what. But yeah. And then we also had I don't know why, for some stupid reason, I had a cabbage patch doll.
From Ernie to Cabbage Patch doll, okay?
Yeah. And it's naked, okay? And my mom we were clearing the storeroom, it just happened to be there. My mom had placed it in the corner of the kitchen on top of the washing machine. Just the doll itself, just there. And then when it was there, stuff started happening. Like I saw like a doppelganger. I was in the kitchen, and I thought my mom's friend was standing in the doorway. I was like, hey, you're here today. And then she didn't say anything. She walked out and she walked into the corridor. And then my mom came. I was like, hey, so-and-so is here today? And she's like, huh? No, she's not. I said, huh? I just saw her. It's like, no. And then I was like, oh, okay, sure. All right, can. Then I had also sleep paralysis.
Sleep paralysis.
Yeah, so my room, I'm facing you know how I think Chinese pantang, you cannot put your feet facing the window, is it? Right?
Oh,
So I sleep in that position though. And then there were a couple of nights where I would have it maybe a couple of times a month. And I always, when I sleep, I'm in it, and there's always like this black shadow just from above me. And then sometimes I cannot move, can't open my eyes, but all I see is a pair of like yellow eyes looking at me.
Isn't that what you experienced, Belinda?
The thing is here. Just now when she was talking about it, the thing is here.
Are you serious?
Fuck
Yes,
me.
the thing is here. And then after that, it was like looking at you. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But
Yeah.
like, I could feel it. I have a headache now already. It's, yeah. But it's not so strong. I think you are stronger. You can eat the thing.
Good to know.
Smack it. Go home and slap it.
Violent. Yeah. So funny thing is, I still get. Though anyway, I had a couple of sleep paralysis, and then we had someone come in to do the blessing again. Come to find out, there was an entity residing in the cabbage patch door. So what he told us to do was to say some prayer and then snap the baby's the head from the body in half and then throw it away. So we did that. Yeah, it was violent, but yeah.
Punch people, slap, rip their head off.
Yeah. Yeah. So we had that. But then I mean, as the years go by, it's toned down a lot now. I don't think it's has left the house, whatever it is. I think, if I'm not wrong,
Belinda's saying no.
Yeah. So what they said was that we have one good one and one bad one in the house, and then they're like living in harmony. But I know whenever I'm in my room or if I'm sitting outside in the living room, and you know how the marble drop. You know how they say it's like, oh, it's the water pipes. No, mine, for me, is deliberate. Like, whatever it is, it will drop the marble above me, and it will drop a couple of times. And then I don't acknowledge it, and then it will do it again. So wherever I am, it's directly above me, so I know it's trying to disturb me. But I mean, I just ignore it.
It wants you to know that they know that you know, because I think there is a path for you that is required coming up ahead that you need to...
You see? Become recruiter already.
No. I don't need to recruit one. I mean, it's just a sensing. Sensing.
I mean, I know there's still something. I don't want to acknowledge it. I ignore it. I try to ignore it as much as I can. But I mean, now that you say that it still appears.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think you have nothing to
yeah.
fear. It cannot overpower you. Yeah.
Ignore it. Pretend it doesn't exist, but when the day comes and you feel that you can no longer ignore it, at least you know who to call.
Yeah, true.
The number is 94594931.
Not call Ghostbusters.
I was going to say that.
All right, thank you so much, Natasha. I think
you so much.
we kind of overran our time. Wow. Probably won't be the last that we see of her yet. Our next confessor, where there's a Kaber? Is Kaber here? Kaber. No, Hanafia will be later. K-Man. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Kabir. So when Kabir was introduced to me, I was like, having listened to thousands of stories over time, we always joke that most hauntings these days, the ghost just drag a chair, drop marble, shake my bed, it's a Tuesday afternoon. It's a norm. But when can I call you K? Or how do you pronounce your name? K? When K's story came to me, it was steeped in black magic, curses, and it reads like a movie script. So I'm looking forward to hearing what Kyle and Belinda have to commentate after Kay's sharing. Kay, you ready?
Yes, yeah.
You let us know who you are and you start introducing yourself and then take out the story.
So basically, I can't name myself fully. You guys can actually call me K, short. Why I say that? Because if I were to say my name, the staff will actually know where I am, who am I speaking to, and the guests might get affected. So yeah, I'll keep it short to just my name itself.
Oh no.
So, study short, simple. I do not know whether that should I say that I'm from a cursed line or a cursed descendant, but my grandmom, my dad's side, why she had this thing, she's known as an oracle. So basically oracles are people who actually, they are able to actually get your future, tell your details, even make you rich at a certain point. They have the ability to do so through a medium. So she was holding this medium since World War II, up till today. She couldn't pass on due to the things that she's holding. So it's very difficult for her to actually leave, even though we know that she said that her time is up. Because a lot of time we found that she's off the grid most of the time. However, I think during this time of age, as we speak, she's actually maybe around the age of 95, 96 years at this point of time. Her mental state won't be the same as how she used to be. So it could be that we are actually talking face to face with the demon instead of her herself. So practically, those who actually do not follow what she asked to do will actually be outcasted or castrated by the demon itself. This creature has been with her for God knows, I do not know how, but it's been affecting my family ever since she was actually relenting or telling most of her siblings or basically her own children. So basically, she has 10. My dad is the number 6 of the family. Out of the lineage, there will be people who actually supposed to face death. And death won't come to them as something which is meticulous or this guy is actually sick and he's about to die or something like that. It's to a point where it could be something that she has made a deal with it. So someone has to die for the thing to live. So it comes to a point where the first bloodline, the first tier could be to all her children. And then to us will be then the third bloodline and the fourth bloodline, therefore. So incidents like when we're having gatherings, sometimes children go out and then grandmom is always on the bed. She's always lying flat. She will not wake up or anything like that. But surprisingly, out from nowhere, when some kids, they like to play and then something shattered, a heavy object shattered and there was blood spilled. So she got up happily, like a normal person, and then she started to say that, hey, come, bring her in. And this is actually her great-grandchild, because it's my daughter. Yeah, so while putting her beside her, she feels enlightened. So I told my wife, I say, you look at it, you see, I don't have to say anything else. She's trying to actually put everybody in the line. But I'm trying to be off the grid. I'm trying to protect my family. I'm trying to distort myself away from it. That's the reason why I'm having this negative energy that has been far-fetched onto me. I tried to do my prayers. I tried to go against what they are actually teaching and stuff like that, which I don't like it at all. So I have to leave that place. So yeah, upon leaving, not knowing the family for like 7 to 10 years, I didn't get in touch with my grandmom. It then happened. A lot of torments into the house. Okay, we are staying in the east side. Basically, yes, Pasir Ris. It's a very hard place. So for me, seeing ghosts, seeing the normal things like pocong, all these things, it's not a frightening thing to me. I can just walk through them. I can even talk to them. I can even ask them what's their justification for them being there. Yeah, but it could be something which is bothering to the normal minds, because this is not something which you see it every day. For myself, death is not a bothersome thing to me, because it's something that you are leaving a point of line to another justification. You are still living. So for me, in terms when I see somebody dead or lying down, their eyes is not closed. But everybody else will say that, hey, his eyes is actually closed. Why you are saying that his eyes is open? I say no, because the guy is actually trying to go back to the body, not knowing that she or he is already dead. Okay, so this is a stranded situation. When you are in a situation of death, you will come to a point of you won't be thinking. Basically, your mind is already obliterated. You won't be knowing that, hey, I died. Did I just die? And you try to go back, but the sad truth is that you know that you are already dead. So how to know that you're already dead is when your body start to go 7 ground under the ground, or when you are capsulized, or when you are already put down onto it, and that's where the real thing happened. That's where oh shit, the whole thing that what people are telling me is actually real. What they are not follow, but those people who actually follow, their life will be blissful or throughout, or whatsoever happen, depending on the deeds that they do. Yeah, this is something which is a factual basis. Yeah. A part of that, back to where my house is. Okay, so basically going into a new home, resale flat, 5 room. The house is big, stuff like that, and then kids are running here and there. It comes to a point where the next morning, waking up, seeing bruises on my children faces, legs, and asking them, what do you guys do during the night? Do you hit yourself? Because if you hit, I can hear. Pin drop. Any pin drop, because it's very silent. The area is very silent. Anything that you can hear, you can basically know. And yeah, nothing actually went to it until I tried to wake my wife up. Yeah, she's there. She's basically there. What actually happened to me was that I have a feeling that this was actually from my grandmom's stuff. So this guy is actually trying to penetrate me, knowing that because I'm the only one in the family who can actually see it, I can basically I'll just be blatant with it. I'm able to astral project myself. So by looking here, I can go out from my body. By sleeping, I can go out from my body. But my tolerance is up to 2. I can only handle 2 at one go. I can't do it more than 3.
Sorry, what you mean by two what?
My spirit get out from my body.
2 hours?
Not 2 hours. As in, I can control my body now. And the current one that is up.
Also, you're like your higher self, is it?
Is technically you say it astral projector?
Okay.
Yeah, so basically something that you can't be seen by your eyes in another dimension, you call it spiritual, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so my spiritual self and myself. But when I see myself, it's actually being like
third party.
I wouldn't say third party. It's still me. Yeah, it's just that I get out from my body.
Okay, so I imagine. So it's like, for example, this is your physical body, right? And then after that, when you leave the body, you can still see your physical body here. Then like you're here, is it?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so basically, but while doing this sort of thing, the ability, the sit back behind it is that I will get more older. The feeling is that I may have a depletion in my age, and this thing has some repercussion with the time as well. So I can't do anything much. I can't change anything, because if I were to do some changes, it will literally damage the whole time sequence. And when I get back to myself, it will be a totally different situation altogether, which I cannot alter back the thing. Yeah, so I would not meddle into that. But more of to like, back home when I was sleeping, the demon actually get too close to me to a point of it scarred my own arm. I tried to move my hand, but my body was locked. So I did not know what the hell was going on, because at the side of my bed, when I was actually looking at it full head, what I saw was actually I think you guys will call it pocong, but it's wrapped it's shrouded, and then the face is black and the eyes is red. So it was looking at me, and I say, oh, this could be someone is actually doing some enchantment onto me, or somebody is trying to get rid of me. Normally this sort of thing will come to kill the person. So I say, why did this person play that? Because the next morning when I wake up, there was soil on the ground. Means to say, this soil is basically from graveyard. You get that scented smell, and the whole room is filled with the scent. So from there I know that actually somebody used the grave. Normally what they do is they will dig, and then they will get the oil from the chin of the corpse, and then they will tell this guy that, okay, I do not like this guy, can you please terminate him or somehow. But they did not know that I actually have something prior to that this termination cannot happen. Yeah, so due to that, it defends me. Thanks to God that I'm still alive till today. I'm able to tell you guys the story that is happening to me. And yeah, this is something which until today I have to put up my guard. I have to educate my kids, because the three kids actually has ability on their own. They have some ability which they do not understand at this point of age, because they are all young, 6, 4 and 3 years old. So, but three of them will be the next in the line. That's what I can say. Yeah.
Kyle, this is very deep and getting very dark very quickly already. I see everyone's face all tension, man.
Thanks for sharing, Kay. It must be very hard for you. I can feel that you're very tired.
Yes. Because I'm having a split head due to the environment here.
Yeah. Cannot say legally, we cannot say lah. But
I won't say.
I know what you mean. Normally for us at Hantu, we try not to get involved lah. But this is something very, very personal. We do hear it from our audiences in Indonesia. This kind of lineage thing goes very, very deep. But what I can say is you need to get more sunlight for you and your children. But hang in there lah. I think at the end of the day, good will win evil. Yeah, that's all I can say lah. But it's not easy to go out there and say all these things in front of a live audience. I must say kudos to that. Really, it's hard.
Thank you, Kay.
Because as long as I do not mention my full name, that's good enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but even to be able to speak about this in front of people
in 2025,
people think you are crazy.
Yeah,
there's
people
a lot
will
of
say you
negative
siao,
things.
but it's hard. But really, it takes a lot of courage.
I cannot really say much also because this is probably something personal that you have to go through. I can only give you some form of encouragement. Don't worry. Yeah. Because because sometimes you have your downside lah.
Yes.
You have your downtime. Yes. You just have to keep in mind. Don't worry. Yeah. Because I believe.
Yeah.
I cannot say too much. Later I spend energy. I going to hospital later.
Okay, so what I know about Belinda is sometimes she across the road in SGH.
I don't want. I go hospital one time this year already. Enough already.
I've known Belinda long enough to know that she would have something to tell but cannot tell. Then weeks after that, she I tell you now it's safe. We have done that a couple of times as well. But Kay, do you have any?
But now what I can say is just don't worry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you have anything that you're doing? I hear the very dark journey that you are on. What's the next step for you?
From time to time, actually, my both grandparents that have already passed, I will actually be reconnecting myself to them. I talk to them from time to time, late hours, normally around 2 to 3 in the morning. I will connect back with the dead, and then they will actually sort of like mentor me. And then sometimes I will also actually ask them that, hey, when is my time to go? I don't want, but they will actually knock the sense out of my head and say, hey, you got a family here and you have 3 daughters. What do you mean by when your time you want to go? Yeah. I say you do what you're supposed to do, and then you did the ability that was given onto you. You are supposed to actually use it to help others, not only yourself as well. And I say, okay, fine.
So did I tell you about the halls on the hill where we do the? Okay, I'm going to ask the questions on behalf of the skeptics, if that's okay. It's not that I don't believe you, I do. But we have thousands of audience out there with different degree of skepticism. I just want to clear this out once and for all. The voices that you hear, you talk to the dead, the grandparents. How do you know that they are your grandparents and not, say, perhaps a malicious force trying to lure you into a false sense of belief and then take over you?
Okay. When I was a kid, maybe I do not know much. I tend to actually see whatever I can see, the object that comes to me, any creatures that come and open their mouth. But when they open their mouth and talk to me, I actually retaliate and talk to them back, not knowing that this is actually all the bad energy, shall I say that, or things which is actually bad. Because I'm a kid, I still do not know much between the bad and the good. As time goes by, research after research, I found out that entities that they only speak through their minds. So their mouth, their lips must not be open or any funny faces that comes across with it. So due to that, I start to think that, oh shit, I have actually wasted most of my time actually believing on all those things that is actually trying to detour me or devour me out from where I actually have. And that sometimes can actually causes you to be crazy.
Yeah.
Because when they come to you and then they say that, hey, come here and come here. And I actually understand from a mental point of view because depression has actually reached me to a point where I do not want to continue with life. But then I understand that, and due to that understanding, it allowed me to help out with all the other mental depression people out there who's actually facing the same issue. So I'll just be their pushback and stuff like that to actually break them out from this depression, because depression have tiers, they have level. But if you get more deeper into the sadness, that's the part where you are with the devil itself. So yeah. Then how I know is because once I've already I went for classes and stuff like that, get some appointment from different sort of people's opinions and view, and then I did some research on my own as well. Through that came a point where the connections only come when you do a pure meditation and the walls are closed. So means to say that when the meditation was done, when the chantment was done, is actually when we finish our prayers. So when we finish our prayers, we'll actually have this small little readings and chantment and stuff like that. So during this chantment session, I'll hold myself while closing my eyes, or how actually I sit, maybe by sitting on the floor or either by lying down on the bed. I will chant until I get into their domains in that sense. Yep.
Can I add on whether you know is it your spirit or is it not your spirit guides, and whether is it something malicious? I think usually for most people, what they will feel is that your inner voice is usually like negative. Everybody will have probably self-blame or maybe some negative thoughts.
Yeah.
But for your spirit guides, usually from what I understand, they are very nice. They are so much nice until you're like, who is this? Why suddenly I have so positive thoughts, or I have to do something good, or maybe it's telling me not to do something or to self-harm. That's when you know that those are actually the guides.
Okay.
Yeah, he agrees.
Opening up the questions to the floor now. Any of you out there, please, if you have any question at all, I'm sure, sitting there, you have thousands of thoughts racing, people on YouTube as well. Let us know in the comment section. I'll read out your questions. Any one of you, please don't be shy. It's a very safe space. If it's a safe space for Kay, it'll definitely be a safe space for you. So ask away. And you can tell Kay when he answers you, just don't just give one liner, he'll give you a whole thesis. Okay? So that's a man who has been through the darkest side, the bottomless of pit, and come back up telling you his tales.
So
Anyone?
anybody? No questions? Okay.
No, I know what's going to be. They got no questions now, but later after the whole show, Kay. Okay. Kay, if you're okay, I mean, you're given us great answers, everything. I'll catch up with you again later on, okay? Last call. Kyle, any? Sean. Sean usually funny man. Today, he was very heavy for him. Okay. Nothing? Thank you very much, Kay.
Thank you.
And for our last confessor for tonight, before I call him in, Elvin, do you guys need drinks? Do you guys need to pee? Toilet break?
Okay, I think we got some people get out.
Because, I need a toilet break myself. Okay? Go get your drinks, go toilet break. We'll be back in 5 minutes to go to the last confession. Soft drinks are $1.50, 2 glasses of wine at $12, 2 cans of beer at $12. How's everybody doing so far? Are we good to go? Anyone tired yet? Wow. Okay, are we back from toilet break? This is my Belinda. My succubus not back yet.
I think she's still at the toilet. Oh, she's back.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get your seats. We are about to approach to the final chapter and the final segment of our live show number 5. After the last confession, stay around because we got a little tribute for Jonathan. This is a segment that Jonathan had wanted all along. And we always talked about it. We talked about it for years. But it was very difficult to find a place that allowed us to do the final segment. But finally, we finally got this place and we can do it. John is not around. So the last segment is for him. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our final confessor for tonight. His name is Hana. I should be a wrestling commentator, announcer.
Hi, thank you so much.
Such a DJ voice, right? Hi. Hey, Hana, do me a favor. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the show, so I know we're all excited here. Hana, with that kind of voice, right, could you do me a favor?
Sure.
Could you do the Old MacDonald had a farm very slowly?
Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
Natasha, is it like that? He's singing Old MacDonald had a farm. No, she said, no, it's even lower than that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our final confession for tonight. This is the live show number 5. You're back from a short break. Just to introduce, for those of you on YouTube who's just watching us right now, my team and I started the show since 7 p.m. At least I know one of us have been drinking since before 7. But to introduce my co-hosts, my very cool and organizers and also very good friends of mine, on my right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're into supernatural, he needs no introduction. He's one of a 2-man team of Kyle and Wayne from Hantu. Hantu has been around, and I believe Hantu, in my world at least, and I believe on Spotify as well, Hantu is Singapore top horror podcast. And that's not all the fame to it. They have been working very diligently behind the scenes. If you've not caught Tales of Incredible Tales, please go and catch it on YouTube and MeWatch. Okay? And on my extreme corner, in the other end of the ring, we have SC Succubus. Make some noise. She's like the dead bride. What's the lady? The La Rona, is it? The black color?
Leila Rona. Later come again.
I am a, what do you call it? Seance?
Seance. Wow.
Seance media.
And of course, myself, the Prince of Paranormal, Supernatural Confessions, at your service. We've been doing this for God knows how long, but my 10-year anniversary book is for sale. If you're not pre-order yet, please do. I hear some people get lucky after buying my book. Okay, so right now we have Hanafia here with us, but before we get him to share his story, Alvin, could you play the file Hana number 1? Grace, tilt up the camera, please.
The drawer opens.
Do you all see that? Do you all catch that? No, right? I did not want to point it out because it took me 3 times to catch it. We're going to play one more time. I'll give you a clue. Off the light, please. Watch it, right? Very closely. Second time, I don't tell clue yet. Huh? Okay, it's only 1 minute, so you can watch it a couple of times. Watch it and see it. When you see it, don't say what you see. I just want you to make a noise. Go, oh. Okay? Make sure that the guy beside you look at you like, hey, what do you see? What do you see? Make him FOMO, okay? Okay, second time, huh? Second time, let's go. Okay, watch out. Watch it. And now. There. Saw it? You saw it? Don't know. Okay. Don't know. Carl, do you get it or not? Do you get it? Pachiao. Do you get it or not?
I got hint.
You got a hint, huh? Okay, be honest. How many of you didn't see it? Oh, a lot, huh? Okay. I'm going to play for the 3rd time. The 3rd time, but I'm not going to cock tease you anymore. I will tell you exactly where and when to look out for it, okay?
Okay.
Those of you who have seen it, who knows what's going on? Those of us who know, let's flex a bit. Oh. Okay, ready, huh? Okay, all ready, huh? Don't blink, huh? Not prank. For real, huh? Okay. Ready, go, play, hit it. You'll be looking at the body, right? That's why you're distracted. Okay. Yeah. Ready, huh? I need to draw the red circle for your right. Look at the drawer. Watch the drawer. Who still never catch it after all this? Okay. Do you see that happening? Okay, so the Hana 2 is going to be a very short clip, but it becomes color and close up. Alvin, just play Hana 2 for a short while for everyone to see. Now he's talking to the drawer. Okay, lights please, lights on. And the camera back to us. Okay. So you've seen the video. This was not released. I swear to God. Hana sent me this weeks ago and I was dying to talk about it. And in fact, I even wanted Hana to come on the show. But I think that day you couldn't make it or something. So I kept it for the live show for you guys. Thank you very much.
Yay! Thank you.
Exclusive, okay? Now, we're going to find out from Hana exactly what happened. Why was he spraying in the room? Why did he feel that way? What went on, right? Let's give us the lowdown, Hana. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Eugene. So basically what happened, right? So this house is in Sengkang. I just got it, right? It's a resale house. And when I was initially cleansing the house, there was something going on that wasn't done right because the previous owners did not take away their god, Ganesha, and they put it in the storeroom, and the thing is slanted. So I knew something's going to be wrong somewhere in the house, somewhere. But initially enough, it started with the master bedroom. Okay, something weird that she locked onto my arm that I couldn't move, locked onto my lips, I couldn't recite. And then I reminded it again in my own heart, saying that the Prophet Sulaiman promised that about the jinn, that don't forget that you are in contract in this, your ancestors in the contract in this, so you have to abide it, you have to follow it. And then from there, I was free. So weeks later, my wife was asking me, dear, I've been hearing weird sounds at home. I'm like, cannot be lah. Like, I never hear anything. Like, everything's so peaceful, right? Then new house, how can it happen? And then we heard a squeaking noise, like as if a cupboard or a door is open. Like, so I was like, okay, something is going wrong, right? So I figured that the sound was very close in between my office and my sunroom. The one that you saw on the video that Eugene showed is in my office. So if you saw the smokes going on, I was doing cleansing actually. All right, doing cleansing multiple times, almost like for weeks. You can ask my wife. For weeks I've been doing it, and this very strange little entity is very, very stubborn. I found out it is a child. Yes, it's a lady child, girl child. So what happened was, right, I was actually on the phone with Kay. At that point of time, that's why you see me holding my phone. It wasn't recording because I was on the phone. And then I just turned, they saw the first clip, right? They saw it opens like, oh, wait, did this drawer just open? Like, come on. How can the drawer just open itself? I opened it multiple times. This is a built-in real wooden drawer. The previous owner do it, and it's very solid. There's no squeaky sound. There's no nothing coming to it. So I tried to multiple times. You can ask Kia, he's my witness. Try to debunk this as much as I can. I'm a skeptic myself. So when this thing happens, right, this is where I start to be very spiritual. So if you see me in my pakcik outfit, right, the reason why I'm wearing like that, right, because at the point of time, the house was very hot. So that is my pakcik outfit. So now you see me very different, right? Different style already. So at that point of time, with the pakcik outfit, you see the typical Malay movie, the smoke coming out, everything, right? And then you see me spray the water that my father initially blessed. So I was wondering, he tell me, no, hey, keep spraying the water. I'm like, bruh, this doesn't work. So I need to do something else. So when the drawer started to manifest itself, right, you guys saw in the video, I started to be very excited. I was talking to it on the second clip, right, and asking it, say, if you are an entity, you are a jinn or what kind, please open the drawer again. And this time I command you. And you can see my arm was reaching out to it, and it opened by itself multiple times. And if normal people would get scared, right? So my wife was in my son's room, you know, like trying to put him to sleep. So I call her together with Kay on the line, and I show her this. And then she was like, okay, this is actually real. I say, yeah, it's real. Then she's like, you're not scared? I'm like, no, I'm excited. So it comes to the point, right, this is where the comical sense of it, I try to experiment with it. I put some amulets inside, and the thing opened a little bit. I'm really sorry that I couldn't get that captured because my camera, right, has a certain time frame it captures based on motion. So that's why it cannot capture the full length of what actually happened. So only the important ones I managed to send to Eugene. Now, the interesting part of this, right, when I put my amulet inside, right, it cannot open the drawer. The moment I take it out, that's where it manifests itself again. So, weeks later, I tried it again multiple times, and this time around, finally, no more sound coming out already lah. Told my wife, no more sound effect already. I'm very happy. So it's actually a short story, a short confession. But from what I gathered and confirmed with multiple people, even I have a friend who's an ustad. He also saw the clip and he said that I believe this is a child ghost. And I said that, yeah. And I also try to open up, try to find like a hidden stash of like a tawis or something like people put a spell, so usually things of these will make sense when you try to open up and find out, right? And then to my realize this doesn't make sense. The thing just want to play with it because it's bored. And I even like jokingly asked, like if you want to play with it, like come on, I'm the landlord, you need to put me some gold, some money or cash or anything, but nothing is done. Nothing is done. So I was like, ah. So I confirmed it was just doing that just to mess me around. Not like the first time when I deal with the first entity that is inside my master bedroom. That one was more malicious. But I was happy that it went away peacefully. Well, this one, the child, right, is very sneaky because it hides multiple times its identity to the point that it's really hard for me to direct where is it.
So, Hana, you and I, we talk about spiritual stuff all the time. So I'm a believer, right? I'm just going to be the voice of the skeptics out there on the internet and I'm going to ask you some questions just for the purpose of clarification so that we can get this info out of the way. I'm just reading it from here. Is it always the same drawer?
Yes.
Okay. It's always the same drawer. So I think what they're trying to insinuate is, could that drawer and that drawer be faulty? Because what we saw on the video was the drawer did not move. Once the fan turned on, the drawer started moving. Again, on behalf of the skeptic, could it be the wind blowing it out?
To be honest, Eugene, that was my first case I tried to debunk with K. Could it be the wind or could it be something else? Because I also try to make logic out of this and scientific stuff, right? Before jumping into, hey, this one confirm hantu lah. So before
anything move only must be the hantu.
Yeah. So before I do that, right? Let me explain to you guys why I don't want to jump in the bandwagon and say this one hantu, this one haunted. What? Because when you start to think about these things, more of it will come. So that's the reason why we have to use a bit of science, a bit of logic, right? A bit of skeptic. To a certain degree, unless it's like just now when I try to ask it question, the thing really come out, that it's really true. So I did turn off the fan and it did happen again. Again, eyewitness K was on the line with me and I did it for hours and the thing keeps on moving back and forth. And before I purchased this house, right, I come to viewing. None of these things ever opened by itself, or even the first month that I was living in the house. None of it opened. It happened on the third month of my stay. That's where I realized that something is wrong.
This particular incident reminds me of the time that happened to me at on the Old Changi Hospital walk. If you remember the video that went viral on Mothership about the Raintree Hotel window that opened and closed, I was doing the tour for 3 years, and back then it was 2 years, now it's the third year. Never did it happen before. It's an abandoned hotel. There's no one inside, there's CCTV. You try to trespass, you get caught. But that one day, 15 of us were there, 15 intelligent participants, John and myself, so 17 of us were looking up. And for some reason that day I said, something's not right with that window, right? So when I look at that, nothing happened. I saw the window was closed. We went up to Old Changi Hospital, we came back down. Hey? I saw the window slightly ajar. So usually we'll stand in front of the hotel to take a group photo. You guys, those who've been for the Walk with Hantu, you all know. We will take a group photo just to commemorate our tour. As I was standing there, about to take the photo, the window opened by itself. And then all of us looked at that. And I said, the same way you said, if this is an entity or something, close it. Not only did it close, it slammed shut. So if you know those kind of old colonial window, it's a heavy wooden type that once it's flush, it's flush. You need someone to push it from inside. It's not like as if the wind blows from outside and then the thing can open by itself. But yet for about 15 minutes, it was opening and closing, opening and closing. And it was the only time that night that happened. From then till now, nothing. So I took that photo and that video of what we recorded and I sent to 3 different practitioners. I said, tell me what you see. 3 of them came back separately, without any collaboration, told me there's an old lady behind the window that's very angry with you. Yeah, so I understand with the whole opening and closing. For honest to God, for the 10 minutes of the 15 minutes that I was there, this is me, by the way. This is me, Mr. Must be the hantu. Everything's the hantu, right? I stood there and I'm like, is it the wind? I look at the trees, I look at the fan, I look at everything. And I cannot come to a conclusion. Even if you said it was someone inside playing punk, right? I hired a scare actor, which I would not, no budget. But if someone to open the window and close it back, you would need to go out, stretch out, and close back. If you have a fishing line, because of the angle of the wood and the weight of the window, you're not going to pull your fishing line to close it this way. So, cannot explain till today. So I have to believe that at the end of that 15 minutes, it must be the hantu. Yeah. Sorry. Now passing the mic over to Kyle regarding Hana's case, regarding the video, regarding the moving of the drawer. I know this might be a little bit uncomfortable outside your zone because I know Kyle doesn't want to deal with the paranormal, but hang out with me, there's a certain friendship risk.
No choice. Accept it.
Thanks for sharing. I mean, I believe that horror creators are chosen. Yeah? We are in here. I've been doing this for 6 years, so yeah, there's some link. I mean, I have a question for you, is that you are the second owner of the house.
Yes.
So the people who bought Chinese? Indian. First owner .
First owner.
Okay, the reason and then the cupboard is when they reno, they built, then you kept it.
Yes.
The reason I ask is that some people, depending on their beliefs, before they built the built-in wardrobe, they put certain items, religious objects.
Exactly.
They embed it. And I know people, family, they do it. And those things have an expiry date when you move out. And then what happens to those objects? It gets corrupted. Or sometimes they call on spirits to bless the house. It depends on the religious belief.
Sorry, I got a question. Why need to put that one inside?
Money lah.
Money, protection, blessings.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah, it's quite common. Some people, most commonly, they put actual gold coin. In this economy, they put gold coin, they bless, then the house become more huat. Or they put certain objects. I'm not going to go into details. There's many things you can put in the ground before you lay the tiles, so everything is bare one. So it could be that. That's based on my knowledge. It could be that. Or it could be what you said, the statue, right? Then it attracts, because it's slanted, it attracts something in. I doubt so, because you said that it was a child spirit. That means it could be left over from something that they had.
Yeah, because initially, right, like what you mentioned, Kyle, I was trying to find all these hidden, mystical, blessed object, right? I tried to find. My house has so many built-ins, right? I was honest to God, I was bedroom built-in, living room built-in. Eugene went to the house before. He saw literally everything was built-in and was complaining 10% of the time. So I was wondering, asking my wife why they had the built-in. And before we actually move in the house, right, I take out everything to see whether there's anything hidden or whatsoever. And I cannot, for the love of God, cannot find. So that is where I was very curious. How comes like that? Because why I don't think it was the deity initially was angry on that, because it was the first encounter when I first moved in on the first night. And after that, everything all blissful. Because I asked it respectfully, please, I'm not here to bother you. I'm here to, let you know that I'm a new owner. And fun fact, guys, the first owner, right, the husband, the family went over to India. Then the husband passed away before I bought the house. And there was a lot of weird things that it's stopping me to getting the house. But I tell my wife that I know that this house is going to be mine, one way or another. And then, sure enough, when it's mine, right, quite a lot of unusual things that happen that I could not explain. We have CCTV for a reason, to see, to capture, to hear. And sometimes I did hear some audios, but I try to rule out it must be my cats, because I have cats at home.
I have a follow-up question to that. Do you play game in that room?
Yes, I do, buddy. So
That's why lah. Then she sit there watch you play game because children like to watch game right. It's quite obvious. I see two screen. I'm like okay lah. Child goes. Confirm.
But here's the funny part, guys. When the noise only starts right when there's no one inside the room for literally the whole day. But when the moment I come inside, to play games, watch my movies or whatever I want to do, because that room is shared with my wife as well, there was no noise. So it's only when it's completely empty, that was the first condition. Second is me and my wife were trying to put our son to sleep. That's where everything else was damn quiet. And the cats, before you guys say it must be cats, I was also thinking the same. It must be my cats because they're very active one. Then when I opened the door, right, I found my cat sleeping on my master bedroom bed. Both of them were sleeping. So I was very curious. If my cats didn't make noise, who did?
Were they going to the game room?
My cats?
That game
They
room.
scratched my chair, bro. My chair from Secret Lab, very nice. I think I cannot recognize them. It's no more secret already.
This show was not brought to you by Secret Labs.
But do they have like a negative reaction to that room?
Here's the part. My cats, right, usually for Muslims, right, we believe that keeping cats, right, not only is sunnah means to say is like a good following of the Prophet, peace be upon him, but they also will chase the jinns away. My cats are useless. They hear the noise, right? They hear the noise. You know what they do now? One either fall asleep, the other one go toilet berak, or the other one will run and hide with me. Because I have a big cat, fat, and he will hide with me. It's like, bro, you're very big, Your sister with the skinny one is much more braver and she's out there alone with that thing. And here you are hiding with me with my son in my son's room. Why? So it's a bit comical. My story is a bit comical rather than scary. Sorry to kill the vibe. But I try to always find reasons to everything. You know, when entity disturb you, right? It's always has reasons. Maybe they want something from you. You did something to disrespect them. Or maybe something like, item inside the house and no one take care. They just throw there and then you just so happen to kena like, hey, sorry, you're next in line. I need to slap you already. But there was nothing. There was no reasons at all. I even tried to confirm with people who deal with supernaturals day to day with possession cases, which is my friend. He travels back and forth to Indonesia to help with cases. And then when he saw the video, he was like, this one is a child ghost, bro. And what they do is no make sense. They just want to like mess around with you. That's it.
Attention.
Yeah, I know, right?
The child ghost, is it still there or is it gone?
All I can say is I don't know whether I burn it or not, but no more sound effect. I don't have no more personal audio engineer in my house already.
Because I'm thinking just from the experiences and the multiple anecdotes that we have, just because they don't play the drawer anymore doesn't mean they're not there. Right? See, my wife very immediately agree because the story I'm about to tell you is about my own cupboard.
Why cupboard?
They just want to show you that they are there, and that's my wife over there. That's Grace. You wanna wave to everyone? Yeah. So when she loves to keep secondhand items from outside. And to be fair, they are very valuable second-hand item, vintage stuff, and they're beautiful. So the one that she brought back was a 100-plus-year-old cupboard that has no nails. It's just fitted together. It's beautiful.
Why?
I know, right? But as husbands, hard to say, lah.
Yeah, when Eugene told me, I was like, why?
How to tell my husband? How to tell my wife? Cannot, right? I mean, I wear the pants, but the voice cannot be so loud. It's like, I wear the pants. So anyway, she brought the cupboard back, and then I was in the study room. So my study room had a nice window. If those of you came to my house before, you know it's a studio. It's beautiful. And she was coming from the main door. So my line of sight, I was blocked by the monitor, and I couldn't see shit, right? But I felt there's like the back of my hair, just one side, right? Just one side of my back. Just spider sense tingling. I was like, I popped my head out. And then I saw 4 Banglas trying to haul a very big thing in. And I said, hiya, xiao liao la. But I got no time to deal with this shit now, right? So I said, I walked out my room. I said, okay, just place it there. I'll come back and I'll deal with it. So I went off. I did my confession. I did everything. When I came back, the cupboard was not at the place where I saw at the first time. She put it inside my fucking room. I was like, okay, but it was late by the time I come back, right? So I didn't question her. I go into my room, I sat down, I was just doing my work and doing my confession and my editing. Then I felt, behind me, like, how come got hair? I click. And I couldn't see, I don't have a sight. I'm not like Belinda who can see things and all that. I felt like in my mind's eye, right? There was a woman standing there. In my mind's eye. And it's very difficult to be sure of yourself when things are in your mind's eye, because did I make shit up? Am I crazy? Who is to validate that what I feel is real? I cannot, right? So I just said, hey, if you want to stay, stay. But just don't disturb me, okay? Then I went to sleep. Next morning I woke up. My wife came up to me, hey. So how? Anything happened last night? She didn't talk like that, but it kind of, that's how I interpret it in my head. Okay, Grace, you want to show how you did it? Okay. So she forgot that, I remember. So how? Anything happened last night? And I said, I felt someone behind me. Then you see the look on her face go, someone validated her experience. I said, okay, what happened? Then she, I was there in the kitchen, doing my thing, right? Then suddenly the oven on by itself. Now, in order for the oven to on, right, it's not a switch, it's a okay? Then she ignored it. She said, never mind, faulty equipment, turn off. Then the light on by itself. Then she, I think better put it into my husband's house, my husband's room. So that's when she shifted it in, right? And ever since then, the cupboard, before she was shifting and everything, it would tend to vibrate. So after telling the spirit not to touch it, for many months after that, there was no sign. So we had very clean bill of health, right? Until some nights again, the cupboard just from inside. And it was not me making shit up, because my two cats, straight away the head just turned to look at the cupboard. So I'm like, never mind. Maybe my imagination, never mind. Okay. Now, this is the latest one. I may not have mentioned about this on Friday Night Live, but the cupboard beside that cupboard is also another second-hand cupboard. Okay? Beautiful vintage cupboard. Yeah, bro, why? Right? So, okay, true story. I've not told you guys this, but since we're talking about the drawers, I might as well, right? When I came back home, I saw the cupboard had already kind of moved. Right? Then, at night when we went to bed to sleep, everything, the two cats were beside us. Then my son was in his own room. So, confirmed, chop guarantee, there was no one outside in the living room. So we have two cats, right? Like I said. So on that cupboard, there was a string of bells. And then the bells went cling, ling, 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 ling. Then my wife said, hey, did you hear that? I was like, shut up lah. I want to sleep. So I turned and I was like, okay, if I ignore her long enough, like how I ignore the ghost, she will go away, right? But no, it didn't work. She goes, hey, do you hear? Hey, do you hear? Got bell. Go and check. So this morning I came out, the cupboard really shifted. And I'm talking about a very heavy cupboard because there were things in the cupboard. So she said, hey, the cupboard shifted. I said, okay lah. What to do? Push back lah, right? Push back. So I push back. So I push back, right? Because the man, I push back. Flush to the wall. So whole day went about. The next night, I was outside on the couch watching The Rookie. So sat there, wife was in bed, son was in bed, cats followed her, the cats don't love me. I was lying down on the couch alone. About 2 a.m., right, I was like half dozing off, typical man watching TV, right? The TV watch me, we don't watch the TV. Half dozing off, I heard, grrr, and I saw from where I was, if I had, because I've been living there for 3-4 years already, right? So from where I'm lying down, I should see the cupboard flushed from my vantage point. But that night, I could see the drawer, the handle, and everything else, which would mean it had already moved so that I could see it at a different angle. But it was 2+ a.m., I was too lazy to move. I just continued sleeping. But next morning when I woke up, because I knew something was not right, I got up and I went straight. I made a beeline for that second-hand haunted cabinet, right? And it had moved out of its spot again. And I knew there was no one because I was the only one there the whole night. Everyone was asleep. It could not have been anything. And don't tell me it's the wind, okay? The wind would not be able to push that there. Where's JK? Checking told me, maybe your floor a bit uneven. And only the cupboard moved, nothing else moved. Alright? So that's checking over there. So we were being extremely logical, extremely practical in whatever could possibly be. I sleepwalk at that pool, baby. No, I was awake. I saw it, right? So the next day, I saw the thing move again. I said, want to play punk, is it? You wait. I told the wife. Wife came out, and in the very wifey way, oi, don't push, huh? You want to stay, you stay. I know you get out. That was the last the ghost had ever played punk ever again. You're not fierce, lah. Some people punch ghosts and all that. You only scold ghosts only. So yes, go back to the story. I totally believe that ghosts can play with the drawers, but they may not exactly be gone. So maybe it's still there.
Okay, that is also very interesting because you can ask my wife. I always try to manifest certain things. And it's not to like I want to invite it in, but rather to confirm whether is it really there or not. Then my wife tell me this: kau jangan bodoh boleh tak? In Malay, to translate to English, don't be stupid, can or not? Because when you try to get rid of it or what, don't bring in. Because sometimes you might bring in the friends, and let's say, hey, let's get out on this guy. So. So because I couldn't do that, right, so it's very hard for me to tell whether is it really truly in the house or not, but based on my experience, because I always sleep the last one at 2 a.m. No noise, no nothing, no sound effect, no movement, no whatsoever. And just to confirm also, and I also put a prank on the ghost. They like to play the drawer, right? Guys, you know what happens when you want to get rid of stuff or you want to make sure it sticks there, you get a blue tag, right? So I stuck the whole thing, all of my drawers over there. I say, you try to open now. And never open. What do you put on the blue tag? I put a blue tag nearby where you try to close it, right? There's a small latch. On the drawer, yeah. So I say, just in case if it's not, it's still around and they want to play, I blue tag everything, bro. So
or maybe like opens. What JK said, the floor uneven, right? The drawer come out. So you blue tag it?
I blue tag it.
Okay.
So nothing's open there. I was like laughing and then K was on the line and say, you try to open now. then on the very same night, the thing never opened. I was like laughing. I was like, haha, win. But the sound, it keeps bothering me. That's why and here's the funny part of the night. I was trying to put my son to sleep with right? Yeah. So my wife is sitting down on my son's bed, so I was trying to get in because aircon, I don't want to go in. So as I tried to close the door, it made the sound. Then I tried to open, make another sound. Then I was like wondering, is it the door or not? Then I tried to open the door multiple times very fast, right? No sound. I was like, basketball, this guy tried to make me into a comedy. And I actually laughed. And then I was like, wondering, why are you playing this again? And then what I did, right? So I make sure that I put the sound of the prayers for the Muslim prayers, right? Every time, almost 7, right? Because it always happens at 10. Not 10, 10:30 or 11. This bugger got clock in timing one. Got quota to hit. Must clock in this timing, must check out that timing. I don't know why. After they make the sound, guys, after they make the sound, like, after that, no interaction, no movement, no nothing.
They clock quota here.
Yeah, basket.
We have a question, right? Grace, someone had a question for us. Who do you ask? We are all here. We never hear from you.
No, I'm wondering, you say the cupboard is fixed, right? Feature.
Yes.
Do you take out everything? Sometimes the things will drop.
Yeah, I take out everything. I try to make sense of everything.
Yeah, you need to take out everything. Sometimes things will be, when it's too full, right? it may overflow then drop to the bottom.
No, that's the thing. The cupboard doesn't work like that, right? And the very top of the cupboard, right, they actually has a ceiling on top of it, so there's nothing else you can put to drop.
So you cannot pull out the entire drawers?
I cannot. I try to like dismantle it the hard way. My wife says, please don't destroy the stuff, lah.
Maybe
it looks very
something is
nice.
below there, maybe.
No, I try to remove everything also.
Oh, you tried, huh?
It's most of it is empty. Only inside is my wife perfume.
Maybe the previous owner buried a child in the cupboard.
Okay, there's one thing that I did found in the cupboard, but not that cupboard, it's the opposite cupboard, the one that near my table you saw. It was okay, I don't say creepy, not nice. But how you guys feel when you know that the previous owner, the husband passed away? And I found a creepy photo that is sketched. Yeah, right. And the best part is my wife told me, on that day, can you please clean out the cupboard? So she said, clean the very top since it's very tall, right? So I cleaned the very top. I was like wondering, what is this like very piece of paper? I was like thinking, aha, this is the black magic stuff. I was like, okay. Then I open, kanasai, family photo. Not a family photo, that's a sketch. So, and then when I see the sketch, right, I feel like the eyes are like piercing to my soul. Like legit, it's very creepy, And everybody in that sketch was smiling at it. Like my goodness, like that is creepy, bro.
And then one question,
Sure.
Because we all are very into supernatural confessions, right? So when you move in the house, when you heard some noise, right? Do you keep thinking you want to see something? Then it manifests as in sometimes the spirits are really there already, but they can read your thoughts, and then that's why they appear to you,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But usually, most of the time, right, I wasn't the one that thinking about, hey, must be the ghost. Because my wife is the one always will think of this thing, man.
Your wife Natasha, is it?
Sorry? No, crazy. My wife there inside, Melissa there. She waving.
Don't get him in trouble. Later he at night sleep in the gaming room.
No, she told me if I ever do something stupid, I will sleep outside the room. Don't worry, outside the house, I'm still safe, guys. The real problem inside the house.
You need to ask the most important question. Okay. What makes you think that the drawing was left by the owner, not the child ghost?
What was the what, sorry?
The drawing that you got. What makes you think that it was the owner, not the ghost that drew it?
Dum, dum, dum.
Did you even show it to the previous owner or not?
There's no way to contact because they
Never mind, you take photo, you send it to the property agent. No context, then you see what they say. If they like long text, then you know what's up already. They know, bro, they know.
But could be, but I never did that. I was the typical, normal husband guy, very lazy. When I see this thing, I send to my wife. Then she said, hey, creepy people.
You sent to me, I put online, okay?
Hey, not nice.
Supernatural confessions got 150,000 people. We can spread it around.
I don't want to get sued, bro. These people got money, man.
Yeah. No context.
True.
You just take photo only of the drawing. Okay.
No, I threw it in the bin. Some people might think, right, that could cause certain things. But that photo, how I know it was a very old one, right? Because the year is stated like 2002 like that. And the kids back then were young. Now the kids are already grow up already lah. Yeah, so I threw it, so it cannot be the child in that photo ghost. No. The child, the family is still alive. It's just that the husband passed on.
Bro, he said 2002 is old, I feel fucked up lah.
I mean, like, come on.
Okay. Any questions on the floor before we move on to our next?
I got a conspiracy theory.
Yes,
sorry.
please.
I got a conspiracy theory. What if the husband die, but he have a illegitimate son outside? Or maybe abortion baby. The mistress, no, you must kill the baby. Then
we're in
follow.
conspiracy theory more now. Okay, go.
This one K-drama, so my wife will be more interested there. But that's a good theory, because what I also thought, right, it could be the husband maybe left the house, maybe come back, and maybe bother or what. I always try to think of so many things, like from supernatural to logical and everything. Nothing makes sense, because how it happened, why it happened, when it happened, right? Question mark. It's always a question mark. Never makes sense. This is the first time that I encounter with an entity, right, that never makes sense. While the rest of them actually did.
Okay, hi. Not to put ideas in your head to drive you crazy, but so this is a built-in cabinet, right? So I assume it's heavy, you can't actually drag it out or move it. So there are a lot of different hidden areas in a cabinet which you can't access, the back of it, or the base. It's usually hollow. So a lot of things that you don't know, you don't access, you don't want to demolish it. And then what's the flooring like? Could it be below it as well?
Yeah, that's actually very good because, but in order for me to find out, bro, hacking expensive, yeah, more than 10K, guys. I'm always the type of guy, right? If you want to disturb me, I don't care. Don't disturb my wife, don't disturb my son, don't disturb myself. You can disturb my cat. Because my cat will run around the house, and so it's okay.
To answer your question, right, I've been to his house. A lot of things are built in. There's a built-in cabinet from the front to the rooms. Every single thing is built in, and every single thing is hidden. For example, the storeroom also have a hidden door. So I won't be surprised that something is hidden in the house that will require an entire overhaul in order for you to find. But in order to do that, it costs a lot of money, lah.
Yeah.
It's probably scarier than a ghost. Yeah. Just to jump in before we end off this confession. Any questions? Any questions at all? Yes, go ahead.
Do you plan to continue to stay there?
Do I what? Sorry?
Do you plan to continue to stay there?
Oh yeah, for sure. I paid the house. It's expensive. Yeah. Singapore. This is the cheapest.
What makes you want to buy the flat?
That's not me. That's my wife. She saw that when she.
Sabo!
Okay, let me tell you the story on how we got the house. So my brother-in-law is the real estate agent. So it was the very first house we visit. And then I saw the house, it was super orange. I was like, oh, I cannot have the orange. The orange is so bright, man, it's in my face. And then my wife saw a long hallway towards the bedroom. She's like, I want this house. I was like, calm down. It's the first house that literally that we sat in. Then she, can we look at other houses first? Then she say, yeah, but anything, I still want this house. Still, did I find a way to get this house? I was like, my God. So that's how I got the house.
So, moral of the story is, wife's fault.
It's okay, it's worth it.
Sign. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to any questions before I end off this confession?
I got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So your to Eugene, your two cabinets still there?
Still there.
You got put things. I don't want. Thank you very much. I don't.
The wife want to keep.
Got put things. Got put things.
Got put things inside the black color cupboard. Inside got one Ouija board also.
Why, bro?
Lock already, safe. Yeah, so there's a lot of crazy things in my house, lah. Also, there's a I remember, for those of you who are regulars on Friday Night Live, I actually promised you guys that we have a occult museum coming up. We already have an occult museum.
Where?
It's just that we are not ready to show you guys yet, but we will be showing you guys. It is up, and it's somewhere in an estate that was mentioned tonight that was also haunted. We cannot tell you guys because we don't get kicked out of HDB lah. Yeah. No, Yishun. Yishun is crazy people. We are in the east side.
Yishun only got cat killer.
Cat killer, naked
Yishun only
people,
got cat killer.
katana runner. Yeah. Okay. What? Somebody guess what? I cannot confirm nor deny where the place is, okay? Anyway, the last segment right now that we have is a tribute to Jonathan. Jonathan is a dear friend of mine. In fact, I didn't even feel that we have been running Supernatural Confessions for 5, if not 6 years. It's just we lost track of time. In fact, we started Ghost Mortem before COVID. That's how long it is. Life is divided into pre-COVID and post-COVID. This was something that he wanted to do, and we have talked about it, but unfortunately we couldn't get any place in Singapore who would host us that allows us to play with fire. It's not even a big fire, it's just lighted candles. John was a big fan of Japanese horror, and there's a Japanese horror storytelling culture called 100 Candles, and he's a big fan of 100 Candles, and he always told me, we should do this one day, 100 candles, one candle, a speaker, and we do it the whole night. And John has always been the creative side, the creative half of me. I'm creative too, but that guy is You know, here's another world. And SC is blessed to be where it is today because of Jonathan's contribution. But I will always have to be the rational one and go like, bro, where to do this? And then I will go and try to find. And unfortunately, wherever place I go and try to rent, there's always going to be a fire hazard policy. If not fire hazard policy, a place that allows me to play with candles and all that, they go, but you cannot tell ghost story, yeah? Then I tell what? Story about love and romance, is it? Super sexual confessions. No, it's a supernatural confession. So when I finally got this place, and Joey, which is Alvin's wife, who's helping us with marketing as well, she said, why not let's run 100 candles session. So how it's going to work is it's going to be a shortened version of 100 candles, where all the crew member of Something Strange Festival will each hold a candle or 2 candles, and we will share with you a story that we have experienced. Right? And we're going to go around the table. If any of you would like to participate, we have 16 candles. There's 8 crew members. Salin left, there's 7 crew members. So we have extra candles. If you have a story you want to share, now's the time. No shame. You're going to turn off all the lights. No one can see who you are. Right? Hold a candle. You're invited as well. You're invited as well, Alvin. Invited as well, Maitreya. Hold a candle. And when it comes to your turn, tell a ghost story. Tell a ghost story. And once you're done with the ghost story, no, we all got it in a cup. It's a nice tea candle in a cup, okay? We got it. Yeah. Once you're done with the story, blow off the candle. So what's going to happen is, as the story goes, the room will get darker and darker and darker and darker. I will start first. We're going to go around in one clockwise, and we're going to end off with Kyle. Okay? Anybody would like to participate? Now's a good time to just raise your hand. There is no shame. Kak, you don't pretend, okay? I know you got a story. You don't look down. VIPs, you guys want to participate as well? Let us know. Did I tell a ghost story? We're about to come to the end of Supernatural Confessions, Something Strange Festival live show. This is number 5. With my co-organizers here today, Hantu, Wayne, Kyle representing for Hantu. Nakia, unfortunately, she's not feeling well, but True Horror Story POV represents at the Something Strange Festival, along with my co-hosts, Belinda, Succubus, Jonathan, Lim, is in spirit, I hope, and the entire horror community who's here, online and offline, to participate in this. Don't start yet. We're going to off the light outside as well, so it's going to be darkness. Yes, there's one more over there. This feels like we're about to start singing, "We are the world. We are."
Not home, eh?
Okay. Okay. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more here. Elvin, where are you? Grace, don't hide. You can take one as well. Elvin, take one. Junchi, don't run away. You got one as well. Natasha, no, you're done. Fox, I know you're a photographer. You're part of the crew as well. Please take one as well. But like, you got to do work, right? I understand you got to do work. I also got to video you guys. Are we all done? Are we all good? No obligations? Okay. Okay. I got 3 more here. Last call, don't shy. Stefan? 2. Okay. Stefan, come on. Pass to Stefan. You also one? Now take one. Stefan, one. Okay, I got one more here. Paris. So the rule of the 100 candles is very simple. It starts with one person. We go around. The person who finished telling the story, well, we don't have to go one round. We just point to anybody that we want. Okay? After I finish telling my story, keep it between 3 to 5 minutes with a nice punchline. Point to someone else. And once you're done with the story, blow out your candle. Extinguish. Alvin, you might want to turn this off. Turn off the lights. Yeah. Okay. Live audience, they cannot see? No, I got a microphone. I'll go around with them later on. Okay? Live audience, don't worry. iPhone 16, low light. Okay. This was a story that I wanted to share just now when Kyle was talking about a haunted room, doors opening and closing. This happened not too long ago, sometime around March this year. I was in Kuala Lumpur. I was there for vacation, and when I walked into the Airbnb, immediately, it was dark, right? So immediately when I stepped in, I saw what I thought, when I turned on the lights, was a shadow figure standing there, humanoid. I can tell black against a bright light. The minute I turned it on, the black thing just skipped away, and that was it. First night I stayed there, I felt something was weird. I did a live show with Mary, Mike, and Succubus. Everything went haywire. The entire recording could not be used. It was full of static. Sign number 1. Sign number 2 was in the toilet when I was standing. I was bathing. I saw a clump of hair on the wall. A clump of hair on the wall. My room that I chose, there was a door that was locked and it says, do not open. First night I stayed there, all these red flags were there. I ignored it. Nothing happened. Second night, I was showering. As I was showering, because I was the first one back to my room, there were guests outside, or rather there were guests coming. I heard laughter, I heard doors slamming, and honest to goodness, I thought people were at home already. I opened the door, the entire corridor was empty. There was no one there at night with me. Hours later, they came back, they were laughing, and I said, were you back here at any point in time? No. So I told myself, maybe it's a neighbor, upstairs, downstairs, noise travels, why not? At night when I slept, I got a floor to ceiling window, but it was so dark outside I couldn't see what was there. But at night I could hear knocking sound, tuck, 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 tuck. Now before I left, I called out the landlord and said, do we know if there's any other units rented out? He said, oh no, now it's off-peak period. You're the only one on that level. There's no one else above you or below you. And I asked him about the clump of hair on the wall in the toilet. I said, why is that clump of hair? Did she not clean? Then he took a pause. He says, we already cleaned the hair away. We don't know why it's keep coming back. Yeah. Grace Chai.
Okay, I'm going to tell you a story that happened at home again, because our home is such a nice portal for them to come and visit every now and then. Okay, basically, besides having the oven being turned on by itself, right, the next time when I actually had an experience, it was very real. Okay, like Eugene always say, I'm a skeptic lah. Okay, so I always brush it off. So that night, he was outside again watching TV, and I was in a room. And I was lying down on the bed, my back facing the window. The next thing I knew, I felt somebody slap at the back of my head. And the slap wasn't a very light tap. It was literally a gentle smack, I would say. So I was having a struggle during that 10, 20 seconds. I didn't know I should continue sleeping, pretend that nothing happened, or be brave and turn around and face whatever it was right behind me. But because I'm still so scared, right, I was like, okay, I'm just going to close my eyes and put my hand behind me and see if there's anything behind me. And so I did that. And there was nothing. There was nothing on the bed. except for another pillow, which couldn't have touched me. At that very moment, I got a little bit angry because there's nothing, you know. I was hoping that there was something, maybe I can touch something, but there was nothing. So I quickly turned around and I sat up. And right in front of my eyes was a wisp of white, misty, foggy thing that flew from the room out to the window. And then I went straight to Eugene. Couldn't say a word. I looked at him, he looked at me, I looked at him again, and all I said was, EMF, EMF, EMF. The end. Patricia, next.
Since Grace ended something so funny, actually it's not telling a ghost story, but something lighthearted. I'm an animal communicator, so I speak to both alive and rainbow bridge dogs. I spoke to 2 rainbow bridge dogs. One of them is my own dog. Every dog, after they pass away in their own doggy heaven or cat heaven, they have a role. So when I speak to my dog, he came to me, he's wearing a chef uniform. He told me, I'm a chef up here. And then after speaking to me like 5-10 minutes, he said, sorry, I got to go because I need to go cook. I need to go cook for the rest of them. So that's what happened to my dog. Then, I spoke to my second dog, my cousin's dog. The moment I see her, the first thing she told me is, I'm a queen. I'll go like, what? Queen? What queen are you talking about? Then she said, I look after the newcomers. I need to console them. Because you know, when they come, they're very lost. So I need to tell them what to do, and so on and so forth. Since then, I only spoke to these 2 passed away dogs. But yeah, they are actually very funny things which all the dogs and cats will tell me the different morals of their life and what we should look into, etc.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jun Chin. Okay, so the story I want to share actually is not actually a story, it's an encounter during my Tekong days, last day. Okay, this is what happened. My sergeant said that over the last 3 weeks before our POP, he always see one guy coming down from the first floor, running up to the 3rd floor. Okay, my bed is the first to the staircase, that bunk. So anybody who run up the staircase, you will definitely see that person. But my sergeant say when he was doing COS, he was not able to catch this person. So on the last day, he asked me and my buddy to help him catch this person. And yeah, this person actually did appear in front of my sergeant. Okay, so my sergeant came out of the office. My sergeant came out of the office, saw this guy peeping out his head at the staircase. He chased after this guy. So supposedly, this guy is supposed to run to 2nd floor, which is next to my bunk, which next to my window, I should be able to see. My buddy should be able to see also. But this person did not come to us. So we are unknown even until today. Who is this person? What is this person? Or is this something?
Okay, thank you. Hi. He was sharing a story about something that took place in Tekong. I also have one such encounter. So I'm usually quite a strong person in the spiritual sense. So I don't really see things. I have no third eye. So Singapore men will have a lot more context to this story. I was in Pegasus company, P company, and as you know, each floor has four bunks for 4 sections in one platoon. I was in platoon 1, so I will be at the start of the hallway. I'm the furthest from the toilet, so the toilet is next to the 4th bunk. So I just always found it very creepy that there's a full-length mirror outside my door of my bunk. So whenever I have to go to the toilet in the middle of the night, I have to walk all the way back, looking into the mirror. But that's not the main thing. So there was one night when I came back from the toilet, I was trying to go back to sleep. I couldn't really go back to sleep, and so I was like kind of half awake. So for context is that I'm at bed 11. So if you go into a bunk, then there are 6 beds on the left, 6 beds on the right. So 1 to 6 is on the left, and 7 to 12 is on the right. So I was bed 11, quite near the door. So I was trying to get to sleep, and I was looking towards like bed number 4 or 5. That was 2007. So the army was in transition between the old uniform and the newer one, the pixelated one. So it's a bit slightly brighter green. So interestingly, I thought I saw a brighter green shape on top of the cupboard next to like bed 4 or bed 5. So every guy has a cupboard next to him. So because I was wearing glasses back then and I didn't have my glasses on, so that was quite a blur. And as I was looking at it, it slowly formed into a shape of someone who is in full battle order in the new uniform, because it was slightly brighter green. So I don't know, why would someone be sitting on the closet, sitting above the cupboard in the middle of the night. So that's my quick encounter. I can't really explain it until now, but I do have another story to share that was not my experience. It's from what I can remember from my ex-partner. She used to live at the old Normanton Park. Normanton Park is somewhere in the west, and there's a park next to it called Kenridge Park. There's a lot of history, and one day I think she was walking her friend's dog. She and her friend live in the same old Normanton Park condominium. So Kenridge Park is quite dark, and there's a lot of windy paths going up and down slope. First, she heard marching sounds of boots in the park around like 9 p.m. So that was strange. And then at a T-junction in the park, she and the dog saw a figure that had a rifle around him. He was dressed in like dark green. And thank goodness she and the dog saw the figure. Then they chose to not go that way. So I guess till this day it can't be explained why, but why she and the dog saw that figure in green. But if any one of you know about the history of Kenridge Park, just let me know. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, okay. Since Idris shared about his encounters in the UK, I'll share mine as well. So I went to the UK a couple of years ago and spent 3 nights in a London hotel in Earl's Court. And being a cheapskate traveler, I got the cheapest room, which was a room that was built out of an extension of a staircase landing, and it had a small window that overlooked the Piccadilly line tracks. And the room felt a bit off, but I didn't really think too much about it. And on the last night, I had this dream that I was fighting a demonic entity, and I woke up with sleep paralysis, and I felt something was choking me, and I tried to resist for a while, and I suddenly said, "God help me, please! God help me, please!" Then it's like, in about what seemed like 10 minutes, suddenly I managed to push what felt like a very heavy weight off. And then I woke up. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. And then I woke up and it was like 3:45 in the morning. And it was my last night, so I sat down, did my prayers, and packed up my luggage, and went to the concierge to check out. And I told the concierge what happened. And they said, well, this building has been around since Queen Victoria was queen, so you should have done your own blessings before you checked in. Okay.
Hi everyone. I worked at one of the most the oldest hospitals in Singapore. This hospital still currently operates in the original buildings that were here since even before the Japanese occupation. So, let me begin by telling you my experience. Just now when Idris was sharing about patients that have passed and them coming back to thank us, I have had two experiences, not directly. So these patients I took care of, they unfortunately passed, but they have went to visit their family members to tell them exactly in very vivid detail what I have done for them in life. And they come back to the hospital and they bring us like cakes and things for the staff. So I found that to be very heartwarming. Now on to the more scary part of my experience in this hospital. So you know how we have sensor lights these days, right? And you know all these sensor lights, they only turn on when people are walking past. So there were a row of lights in the corridor. I was on one end of the corridor and all the lights were dim. This is a very common occurrence in this hospital where we hear boots on the ground. I heard this noise. I was 6 months into the job. And then the light started turning on from the other side of the corridor. With every step of the boot, one light turned on and turned on and turned on and turned on until it reached me. I felt a cold presence walk past, like kind of passed through me. And that was my first night shift on the job. Now, so that was one story. Well, actually now the second story. The third story is arguably the most scary one. I was taking care of this patient. Let's call him Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee was with us for about 3 months at a time doing his rehab. He was fine, just that he was trying to regain his walking ability. Towards the end about the third month, he started to fall very sick for no reason at all. He started having very high fevers. He was normally a very cheerful guy, but in recent times he was feeling a bit down, and because he was not making progress in his walking, he started to become very confused. He started screaming and shouting and trying to climb out of bed. So we had to treat him like a confused patient. But in talking to him in the day, he would express that he has this vision of someone trying to take him. And it was to the point that he had to be on the strongest of antibiotics, that kind of sick. And still nothing happened. So finally his family got a medium to come in to cleanse him, in the room. Somehow, by their intervention, he was actually better. At the end of this whole ordeal, he told me that there was a name that kept coming up. And even in his sleep, as he was in his confused state, he kept repeating this name. This name was Rex. I've heard of Rex before. My seniors told me about this person named Rex and where he or she exists. Of course, at the time, I didn't really listen. I just wanted to do my job. I ignored it. Now, fast forward 6 months later, I encountered this. So this room that I was taking care of where Mr. Lee was, right, it was converted from a male room to a female room. In this exact same room, there was another Malay lady that came in. It was an auntie. She couldn't speak a word of English. Okay. In her confusion, she was also trying to climb out of bed and stuff. And finally, at one point, she just started speaking perfect English with a slight British accent. And in that moment, she said the word Rex. Rex is coming. Rex is going to take me from you. Now, bearing in mind, both of these people are 6 months apart. There's no way that they are related. And finally, of course, the family got the starts and that did cleansing, and thankfully the auntie got well. And that is my story.
Hi, my name is Rin, and here's my story. So this happened to me when I was younger, staying in my parents' house. So since young, I could see weird stuff in the home. And for instance, I have weird dreams about a mother and son at my corridor. So we stay at the last unit near the staircase. And I can see them in my dreams. And definitely, I had never known them at all. So this happened to me when I was about 5, 6 years old. And I can actually see them with a very weird green lit background. And I always often dreaming running towards them. And I would wake up with nose bleeding, terrible nose bleeding, like all over my shirt. So I will wake up to my parents, but when I went to them, I saw a lady standing at my parents' bed at the corner, but I just kept quiet because my parents definitely don't believe me at all. So fast forward to when I was 17 years old, and I was staying over at my parents' house because I was helping my dad for his business. I dreamt of someone grabbing my leg, and it's a very tall figure, and he slammed my leg down hard, and I woke up instantly with grab marks on my ankles, and I told my dad about it, but till today nobody believed me what happened in that house, even though there is things that I cannot say, but they have actually moved out all the idol figures that they used to have, but still the house feel very oppressive. And I think it's my own issue too, because ever since I moved out, things still follow me, and I will still have weird experiences with the supernatural encounter. And that's my story. Thank you.
All right. So I didn't expect to be telling my story here. So this actually happened to me in the BMT in Tekong back in 2013. So me and my buddy, we were doing guard duty, and we were assigned to the Emo Dam. So the Emo Dam is actually quite far away from all the other schools, and you have to take a tunnel to this headquarter, right? And that's where we take our rest. And then if you could imagine, it's actually along the main road. And then if you turn left, there's actually a littered, very forested road. It seems to be about 100 meters, and then you kind of reach the Emo Dam. So this was actually the last night patrol. It was about, I think, 3-4 a.m. So it was actually okay. We walked down this dark road from the main road. It was actually, we can see the stars, and then we turn left. There's this brightly littered road. And then we were kind of lazy, and then we just sat along the main road near the Emo Dam. That was really at the end of the road, right? So we were sitting along the curb. It's a 2-lane road. And then we were just having our night snacks. So what we are facing is actually the forested area. Then just, having a night snack. Out of nowhere, I heard this, to me it sounded like a large reptile creature, and it kind of like croaked. All right, it was along the trees and the bushes. So it sounded like it was coming from the left side of my peripheral vision. Okay, then that was kind of weird because the forest is just very quiet, right? And then you just hear this sound. Not long after, not even 10 seconds later, what to me sounded like the same creature, it croaked again at the right, this time from the right side. So my thought process was like, this was a bit odd because if it was an animal or a creature, it's very likely that it will make sounds moving from my left side to the right side, right? So it kind of feel a bit odd at that point of time. But me and my buddy, we just continue, our night snacks and just kind of like ignore it. And then shortly after, that same sound came from the back of us, behind, in the trees and the bushes. That felt a bit odd because the place was just entirely silent and there wasn't any movement in the air or whatnot. But after that, I just prompt my body, I think just let's move off and go back to bunk. And till to this day, I have not really spoken to him or kind of like confirm what he saw. But I kind of believe that both of us actually heard the same thing. And that's my story.
Hello, hi. Can you hear me? Okay. I got one story. I will be always been chased by, always attracted by spirit. I also can see spirit at times. So since young, I can see those people. Those spirit on one time. Anyway, I always have this problem in the night. I was being disturbed by this spirit. So basically, when I was sleeping, I would suddenly wake up and scream. And what I was just screaming is like, get out of the house. So then suddenly just wake up and just say that word. So it's always been like that for the past many years. Got one of the night, it happened to me that thing again. And then my door was closed. My mom knocked on the door and say, hi, Nick, are you okay? I just replied, okay, I'm all right. Okay, guess what? Next one, I can hear the living room, the main door key, right? Just open the door. That means from the outside, the door can open. That means, who is the one who is just say, are you all right? My mom just came back. That's my story. Thank you.
Hi everybody. So I'm gonna share a borrowed story. I was an insurance agent mine went out. Oops. It's okay. So I will still continue to tell my story. So I was an insurance agent back a few years ago, and this is a story from my senior. So my senior suddenly had a suicide insurance claim. So one of his friends actually jumped down the building after just recently gotten married. So the person who passed away is a guy. And then after that recently got married. Then out of the sudden, why suddenly this person decided to jump off the building and this person's suicide. So after that, with your grieving family and everything, they decided to contact his spirit or his soul, if you will. And when they contact him, a very, very sad story appeared. There was a woman in the medium's dream. And then after that, the woman say, he promised me we will be together forever. So this woman is a woman from his past life, and they made a promise
to be together forever, no matter what's the cost. So when he reincarnated and married another woman, is a very vengeful and angry soul, came after him and keep urging him to suicide. So towards the end of his life, he couldn't control himself and he had to fulfill the promises that he has made to her.
Okay, guys, gonna reintroduce myself. Hana over here. Okay, this story happens like quite some time back at my previous house. My wife was being disturbed almost every night, okay, by an unknown entity at a point in time. So I did my prayers, okay, at night, and then just after my prayers, right, as I was trying to put my stuff away in the living room, right, from the window, I actually hear Miss P laughing. And with the giggle getting closer and closer. So it really put the chills to my spine now. So at a point of time, right, I heard my wife was like scuffling on the bed, like a bit like screaming and groaning. So I quickly hurried down, so I just ignored it outside the window, quickly go to my room. And then I saw my wife was like a bit in an unpleasant moment. So I did some prayers over her, right? And then shortly after, like the fridge door starts to open by itself, the toilet tap on by itself, and then after I close that off, right, my wife suddenly go up to me and say, honey, I saw a lady in my dream. She's wearing that Indonesian outfit, very old traditional style, and then she was like trying to hurt me in that dream. And after you recite prayers, right, she just disappeared, but in pain. And that's my story.
Hello. My story, okay, I have a few, but I'm just going to tell one. So this happened to me when I was visiting Bangkok many years ago. So I checked into this hotel in Silong. Then after that, I was like, okay, I'm just going to hang out to do some, get my dinner. And then I bumped into a friend who's actually residing in Bangkok. And then he was saying, oh, you're here? I said, yeah. So I'm staying at this so-and-so hotel. And the next thing was he went quiet. And then he said, oh, do you know that the hotel is very haunted? And in my mind, I was like, bloody hell. I really hate him at that point because like, can you please just don't tell me such things? No? And you have to tell me that it's haunted. So the thing is, I went on my defensive, which was the wrong thing to do. So when I went back to the hotel, I don't know, it's very unlike me to do that. So when I went to the hotel, I just basically started becoming very aggressive, saying that, no, don't come and meddle with me. No, just don't bother me and all that. And basically, I was just being very defensive and very aggressive. And it was the wrong thing to do because you're on their turf. And that night, that night when I was sleeping, everything was fine. And just, the thing is, sometimes I do astral travel out of my body. So that night, I just felt myself get up from bed in the hotel room. And the next thing I know was there were a lot of hands that came out of the carpet. And they were all grabbing me. So it's like there are like hundreds of hands in. So then I realized something is like, shit. It was not one entity that I was dealing with. And I was freaking out. And I've never been so frightened in my life. And the next thing is I went back into my body again. And I got up and I was like cold sweat and all. And I called a friend who was actually staying a few streets down. And that was like 2 a.m. I was staying at Silom, he was staying at Sukhumvit. And my friend actually walked over to accompany me. So what happened was that the next morning, he had high fever. I was okay. And he had high fever for the rest of the week that he was in Bangkok, and I was fine. So I actually felt very bad for ruining his holiday. And that's my story.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Yeah, so basically my story is quite a mix of emotions because it's a personal story from down to my family all the way to myself. So my whole family actually, we can see things, we can hear things, and we can feel things. And we have been moving houses ever since, even up till now actually. Yeah. So one of the stories that was told by one of the confessors is one of the places I have stayed in, which I have experienced myself. The very first time that I actually experienced something was when I was in primary 4. I went to my friend's house. It was after school, and we were in the room. So the parents was not around. It was just me and my best friend named Sophia. And we actually heard some noises which was like similar to the old MacDonald had a farm. Yeah, but it was actually a very old toy that was just walking outside of the door across the living room. And then I asked my friend Sophia, did you hear anything? So I'm the kind of be like, oh, you didn't hear anything? Yeah, I heard something. Why don't we go check it out? So I'm the very curious person. So I actually went out the door and I actually really saw that that thing or toy. I shall not name what it was, but it really looked like the Barbie doll that I had for my first birthday. The only Barbie doll that I ever had actually, and I never had Barbie dolls ever since then. So that was my first experience. And then I asked my mom like, why is it we can't keep Barbie dolls? Like, I was not actually a fan of Barbie dolls until my uncle bought it for my 10th birthday. So they said, if you keep Barbie dolls, the things will keep disturbing you because they have hands, mouth, leg, and they will walk like human beings. So I decided to cut off all my Barbie doll hands and legs. That was, yeah. And then, yeah, but the funny thing was, I was like keeping dolls that had no like actual figure as a human beings. And from then on, I realized something. When I did that, like things keep coming back to disturb, but I couldn't tell whether they were real or not until I went to East Coast Park with my family. So we had a very wonderful barbecue, like seafood dinner, and then everybody was like so tired, but I was like eager to just rush back home. So I was like all the way at the front, they were all the way at the back, and I was like walking so far ahead to the trailer truck which my mom's friend was driving. So at the tree above, it was actually something that I actually saw in figure for the very first time, and it sounded like this. Yeah, so it was actually Pontianak, or people call it Kakak Cantik or Kak Pon, and it was just staring right at me, but it didn't want to like move or anything. It was just waiting for me to board that freaking trailer truck. So I actually saw it. That was the very first time I was scared, and I turned back and ran back. But I told my family, "Do you saw that? Do you saw that on the tree? The white color thing over there?" And they were like, "What thing? What thing?" Then I was like, it's waiting." And then only they actually saw it, and I just like casually walked to the trailer truck, and I didn't know how to react, and I just bought that trailer truck, and then we went off. And then the second time was when my dad actually showed me a picture, and I said, isn't this the same one that I saw at East Coast Park? And because my dad is a security guard, I shall not name which building, but it's in the west. So he only takes care of that place alone. It's a government property lah. Yeah, so he actually showed me a picture, and then I actually believe that it's real. Yeah, and it has been following still ever since. Oh, by the way, I have the picture, I'll show in a while. Yeah, it has been following ever since because I have my own camera recording at home, which I will play back sometimes. And obviously when I have 5 kids by the way, so like my kids all can see also, and they will tell me things. Yeah, casually. Yeah, so like, yeah, imagine like I was like tending to my baby, right? I have a 6-month-old, my youngest daughter now. So I was in the room, and then I play back,
because my husband will like show me the footage lah. Like, who else is in the room with you? I said, nobody. Why? Oh, look at this. So there was obviously me, the baby, but then like you can see the word person because it's AI, right? And then you can see the word person beside me. So it's like the thing will just follow me everywhere I go. Yeah, even up till now lah. Yeah, so I don't know if any of you can actually see, but yes. Yeah, so now I will show the picture of how it actually looks like. Eugene, you wanna? Yeah, show. Yeah.
You wanna send me a WhatsApp?
Okay. Oh, but this one cannot share like online or lah. I mean like how to say? Yeah. Just share like whoever that came here. Okay, thanks. Okay, I share already. Okay, you can. Yeah, the photo. Oh. Okay, wait, I try the Wi-Fi.
Oh, Wi-Fi here.
What's the Wi-Fi here? It's Seekers what? 8494. Sorry, what's the Wi-Fi here?
Oh, you give her your number there already?
No, it's the Wi-Fi. Why the Wi-Fi here very bad?
Government don't care. Okay, you send to this one.
Which number? Okay, guys, send it.
Oh no, it's relax and unwind.
Okay, dapat. Oh my God.
By the way, the photo is my dad took like literally in front of him with a flash at the guardhouse. Yeah, so this thing actually is real. It doesn't harm the family lah, but it follows us. It's my dad says she is like a protector. So my dad has a like this guard dog and this thing that will guard him when he's at work. Yeah. So, and actually, fun fact, I'm also a scare actor, but that's not me. Yeah, I can show you like me as a scare actor is very different. Like you can see my face, but this one they don't show the face.
Yeah. Sorry, YouTube people. I know you are asking Belinda to sit the fuck down, but sorry, the confessor does not want to show it online. Okay, it's only for people here. We have to respect her wish. It's not my call. It's not my call. So you all never come here, then okay, long.
It's the Pontianak's wish, not my wish.
Okay, next year come. Okay, 2026 come down. Okay, last one. We have second last one. We have blow. Alvin.
Hello. Okay, Sentosa, Mount Imbia, 2359, Carlsberg Sky Tower. This is a real experience. We were there to do the advertisement change for Carlsberg Sky Tower. So I was there with another colleague, Malaysian colleague. Let's call him Xiao Ti. So at the point in time, the tower is shut down. There's no operator and all that. So in order to have air conditioning in the cockpit itself, you will have to turn on the automatic mode. And the automatic mode, once it starts, the entire thing will go through the sequence, go up and go down. So anyone working inside the cockpit itself is practically trapped for the entire sequence. Okay, so what happens is that we don't know how to operate the lights, and generally the ride is open during daytime. So there were minimal lights. We brought in a portable floodlight. So Xiao Ti was the one kind of arrowed to do the advertisement change in the cockpit itself. So he has to be trapped for 5 minutes. Well, being the senior of the group, I say rank has some privileges. So Xiao Ti was sent in to do the sticker change. So while observing from the bottom and doing some of the stuff at the ground level, about 3 minutes into the cockpit going up, we noticed that Xiao Ti's floodlight started going around the entire cockpit in a very dizzying circle. It's shining all over the place, and it's like someone having a rave party with a torchlight. So we were wondering what happened. So when the 5-minute mark in which the cockpit started to come down, when it's down, the moment the door opens, Xiao Ti rushed out. Guess what he said to us at the first sentence? Kakak 在追着我. In case you don't know what it was, you don't understand Mandarin, Xiao Ti said, Kakak is chasing me around. We are playing catching in the cockpit. So apparently, while he was doing his sticker job, he felt some sort of hair down his neck. He brushed it away, continued his work. It happened a second time. He brushed away. He got irritated. He thought something has dropped down. He turned his face around. When he turned around, he saw someone looking at him with long hair, scary face, white dress. He screamed. He took the floodlight. He started running. But being trapped in a circular cockpit, that you can only run around in circles. Yeah, the poor boy endured 5 minutes all the way until he reached ground level. Then he can escape from whoever he saw. So that night we decided enough is enough. Let's go home. Thank you.
I come the front. I come. There the light better. Okay. So in case your camera die. Okay. So before I begin, right, actually I told Eugene just now offline, actually this week, right, actually has a lot of the things that I've been doing in the horror space has been kind of linked back to John. So it's for you, John. So actually I released a podcast episode this week, and for some reason I started telling a story about Capitol Theatre. And as some of you may know that actually John is a very respected theatre practitioner. So that's one. I was like, okay, why did I do that? Then while I was on my way here tonight, actually one of my friends actually drove me for a theatre show lah. And then guess where the show is at? Also Capitol Theatre. And Capitol Theatre is known to be very, very haunted. Perhaps John in the afterlife resides there now with all the other ghosts, directing them, in the next theatre performance for the afterlife. But the story that I want to tell is not one that is related to Capitol Theatre. It's actually related to both John and Eugene. It's set in Changi. And this story is actually way before I actually started in horror. This story takes place in 2014. And it involves my ex-girlfriend, now my wife. Okay? So there used to be a chalet on top of this hill in Changi, right next to Orange Valley Nursing Home. If you know the place, you know lah. It's on top of this hill. Then it's right next to the radio tower, right next to OCH. So this chalet is very special. There's only 3 units. So a bunch of us decided to, hey, you know, June holidays, then let's get a chalet lah. So there's 3 units, and they are very tall. They are like 3 stories tall, and 3 units on top of the hill. And it's very hard to get to. They've been since torn down lah. So right, middle, left. We took the right unit. And when we were up the hill, right, they only us in the right unit. And nothing went wrong for the first night actually. Just like very heavy rain, very ominous rain lah. Then because I brought my girlfriend, then all the other guys are losers, right? So they got no girlfriends, right? So I'm like, hey, I take the master bedroom lah. A bit arrogant lah. Then of course we slept in the master bedroom, and the master bedroom is very weird in a sense whereby when you come out the stairs, it's the last door facing outside. Then inside the room is very bare. It's just one master bed and one king size bed, and then a whole bunch of cabinets, and they are like full length. They are like 3 meters tall. I don't know why it's so big, and they're obviously empty because it's a chalet. So I mean, 2014 me, I'm not really a believer. I also quite stubborn. I don't really believe in ghosts. So I go open all the thing. I want to check, got ghosts or not. Open. And I went to sleep. And my wife, she's a muggle. You know, in supernatural terms, man, she cannot feel ghosts one. Even to this day, she like, immune to it one. Then she slept. I tried to sleep. I don't know if I was asleep. Because not long after, I think like 2, 3 a.m., I keep turning around. There was a female spirit that actually crawled out of the fucking cabinet. And it's really like how the movie is. I think she was wearing red, I'm not sure. Long hair, crawled out. And now, I'm not sure if I was dreaming or it was real, because I was very exhausted. I basically said to it, hey, please do not disturb me. We're just here for 3 days, okay? Give me these 3 days. Well, after that, you want to do whatever, I don't care. Don't disturb me, please. Then I don't know, I think like you know how spirits, when they talk to you, right, they don't talk. It's intention. Just look at you. But I can see the eyes, the intention is like not good. So like back and forth, until like maybe 5 a.m. You know what's the weird thing? I actually saw the sunrise, like the sun rays, it went into the room. Then I realized that actually it's 5 a.m., right? And then she was gone. Then I don't know what happened. After that, I woke up around like 9, and then like the guys downstairs like barbecuing or something. I don't know why you barbecue at 9 a.m., but they started barbecuing lah, yeah. Then I didn't say anything to anyone. I was quite quiet about it. So I just like, maybe it's a dream lah. Still very stubborn. Actually, caveat. I had 2 friends, like still my closest friend to this day. The 2 of them, they actually volunteered at a Taoist temple. They are very spiritual. One of them is kind of like on the mediumship path. The day when we open the key, and I'm the guy that opens the key, right? I don't know why. I go and slot in the key, then open, right? Before I open, he hold my hand. The guy with mediumship, he hold my hand. And this was before his mediumship. He just hold my hand. He say, 有点怪. It feels very, very strange, this unit. Then I just open. In my mind, I agreed with him, but I didn't say anything. Then we both felt the same way, but I didn't say anything. Then we went, okay? So now day 2, we didn't do much. We, teenager stuff lah, play mahjong, barbecue. Then we tried to destroy the chalet. Then we went to the back room. Actually, this chalet very unique. There's a storeroom at the back, and it's exactly what you think of it is. It's very abandoned. It looks like it was built in the 1920s. We open, it's a whole bunch of chairs, a whole bunch of tables. It's all like, everything they just throw in there. It looks like nobody go there. And then we were like, hey, want to go or not? But then they got scared lah. Then it thunderstorm again. 2nd day in a row, thunderstorm in the evening. And we tried to barbecue indoors, almost burned down the chalet. We stopped. That's when the second group of people came in. The people who stay in the middle, they came in. Okay? that's where it gets interesting. Because I had like a very dreaded feeling the whole time I was there. I just felt like we weren't welcome. And a few of us started falling sick. I had like a bit of a headache, but I was generally fine, still can function, still can play mahjong. I had a friend who I think he's spiritually very weak. He immediately like, oh, I'm very sick, I cannot play. And this guy is like a gamer, he will play until like 5 a.m. that kind. So he's like the last one to tow one. So he went out and sleep. And then that same night, nothing happened to me already, but something happened to him. He came and tell us in the third morning, right, he was like, hey, Kao, I think there's something wrong with this chalet. He told me in the chalet, stupid lah. He told me in the chalet, I think got ghosts at the chalet. I felt someone pressing down on me, like trying to choke me. I cannot breathe. Then I was like, he telling me, then I like, you tell me for what? I also not medium. How can I solve the issue? Then I said, hey, you just shut up. Then we'll solve it when we leave lah. Then I think it's almost like in fate that we are meant to survive this. Then there's another group of friends. When you open chalet, then people come for free, right? So there's another group of friends who are very regular helpers of a temple. And they came. Immediately the vibe changed. The vibe changed completely. No more thunderstorm, no more like creepy shit. But guess what? They left. So the thing shift again. So the third day was where it become more thorough. So my wife being a mugger, she like, I'm not feeling well. I think I go sleep. So she went up at 7 p.m. She went up. She sleep alone, thunderstorm. She sleep alone. While the rest of the guys are a bunch of pussies. We down there play mahjong. It's scary, bro. Then one woman up there, sleeping alone, not scared of the hantu. No lah. No, she really not feeling well. Then we last time secondary school teenagers we had like the Mansuri shit Then there was our Mansuri. I said, hey babe, we go Changi beach, walk romantic, right? Then we go. The moment we left the place the weird thing is that the rain kind of stopped, Then we went to the beach her fever gone Very strange. Her fever just went away. And then we went out for dinner, and then the guys settled their own. We came back, then she not feeling well again. So okay we done one more night. Then after that we went back. So everything was okay for everyone. But we had a huddle after that, and then we started asking around this one I cannot confirm if it's true or not. But apparently that tree, because it's so close to Old Changi Hospital, is very known to be haunted, and we actually encountered that grass thing that was there And then because my wife is a mugger, right, the thing cannot attack her directly so make her sick Yeah, so that's my story for John.
Thank you very much, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here with us. I intended to end the show at 10:30. We slightly overran, slightly. All right. But on behalf of the organizing team, Hantu with Carl and Wayne, Nakia from True Horror Story POV, Supernatural Confessions, Belinda, myself, the Halls on the Hills team, Alvin, Patricia, Belinda as well, and of course my own wife helping me out as well. Thank you so much. And to all the Supernatural Confessions community team, thank you for being here with us, for supporting us through the last 10 years. Each year we try to bring something different to the show, and we hope this year has been quite different. And we'll look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So before we go, for those people who cannot get their aura reading today, I battery already gone already. I will set up another day to do aura reading again. Thank you.
What did you find?
You are listening to Supernatural Confessions.